Okay. Welcome, everybody. Looks like we got a couple people in here. What we got in here? Michigan Farmer and Rank. Good afternoon. I did not get a stream yesterday. I was fighting with trying to figure out what was causing our contracts on the server not to work right, and then I farted around on single player and found out it was doing the same thing on single player. So I farted around until it took me, well, I farted around a little bit, got pissed, watched some TV, then started back in on it. And it was about 11 o'clock last night by the time I figured out what was our issue with the contracts not wanting to show. It would show when you delivered the bushels. Here, I'll bring a contract up quick. We'll get out of this. And what it was doing is you have with Better Contracts mod. So I thought it was Better Contracts mod. So I went into went into GitHub, and when you're doing a details, it shows you more details on the Better Contracts mod. So it shows you more. This is what a contracts look like in game. Better Contracts looks like this. And they have details, which you can sort them, and it tells you all kinds of stuff. It's a pretty good mod. For one, you can influence more what the contracts do. If you don't like the contracts, you can clear the contracts, add new contracts. But anyway, on a harvesting one, when you have a regular one, it just shows progress between deliver and the ground that you have harvested already. Well, on details, it shows you how much ground you've harvested and then how much you've delivered. And it was, when you had details off, it was showing progress. And you click the details on, it was showing progress as long as you delivered it, but it wasn't showing any of the progress on the land here. So, and then when it would happen was you get all done and it still said 0, and then it'd show 100% on your delivery, and then it would say contract failed. So you wouldn't get paid for it, what little you got out of the grain. And on this map, there's enough open area, which I've talked about before. There's the map. And of course, I've been in here almost a half an hour. Almost a half an hour, right? And the map still hasn't rendered in, which is typical for this bigger maps in a server. But as you can see, you got this huge map. All these farmlands. So when you're done with your own stuff, you're dumb not to run around and do harvest contracts or plowing contracts or whatever contracts are available. So it's a essential part of the game for us on the server. So it took me forever to figure out what the hell was causing that. So I knew it had to be a mod conflict. At first I thought, well, we'd just gotten an update to Better Contracts like last week, last week, something like that. And we all know what happens when you get updates to mods. They update mods to fix issues that the mods have had, right? And then sometimes when they fix one problem, they break something else, correct? So that's how that works. And better turn that down. Don't want that to be reverberating. So what? I lose everybody already? Michigan, Rank, you guys still here? Hope you are. Yeah, we'll do a little. And when you run with, yeah, it's plenty cold enough. Although today, yesterday was one of them days where it was sunny yesterday for most of the day here, but it was freaking cold. It was colder yesterday than it is today. And then last night, it got down to about 1 o'clock. It was what was it? It was oh 15 below, 15 below. And I think our wind chill last night, because the wind had died down. Last night it was only about 5, 6 mile an hour. But when it's that cold, it don't take much of a wind, and you damn sure notice it. So I think our wind chill was like 25 below last night. Now yesterday during the day, it was the warmest I think I noticed it getting yesterday was 5 below for an ambient temperature, but we had 30-mile-an-hour winds, so our wind chill yesterday was like 45 below. So it was cold. Let's just put it that way. And then about 1 o'clock, because I stayed up. About the time I started playing Farm Sim after I got our mod conflict issue fixed, and it was. And I seen Rabid Rob was streaming, and I hadn't caught a stream of him for a while, so I watched his stream and played on the server and tested it and made sure my fix was working. And it was 15 below for an ambient temperature last night, about 1:30. And I think we had, like I said, the wind died down, so it was 5, 6, 8 mile an hour, which when it's that cold, it don't take much of a wind. It really drops your wind chill still. And then this morning when I woke up, and last night it was clear. Hence the reason why it got so cold, because we didn't have no cloud cover. I woke up, it was cloudy this morning, snowed some more, and now the sun's shining, and it was 5 below this morning when I woke up, around 7-ish. Right now, and it's been gradually getting colder because the sun, we're getting in the afternoon. It was 13 above, right now it's 10 above. And I don't think we have a whole lot of wind right now. But it's supposed to get cold tonight and cold tomorrow yet. It's not going to get out of here till Tuesday morning. It's supposed to be warmer today than actually what tomorrow was. But it's been cold. But it's January. What do you expect? Right? It's part of January. And obviously none of the guys are going to be in here today that I know of. I haven't heard anything from Morris. I don't know what he's doing. My cousin, he's over playing. He's not going to be in here today, I'll guarantee it, because he's been all week long he's been playing Star Citizen, so he ain't got an hour he can come in here and play on the server and get his shit done, but whatever. One of these days, if he doesn't do something, he's going to come in here and find out he doesn't have a farm, because I ain't going to put up with it. But anyway, more about my little controversy with the frickin'. So anyway, means it wasn't working on single player, and you know how that is. I went into my mod testing deal, and I'm like, okay, so I thought it was better contracts. And so I went to GitHub and went back like 4 or 5 different versions of it, downloaded it, and I better shut that off because I was listening to tunes last night while I was playing. And I don't know how many people actually listen to the in-game tunes, but I've added a couple stations, and they're pretty decent stations. I don't know why the hell YouTube won't allow you to listen to music. And then you see some of these guys that do their introductions and stuff like that. I've seen Dirt Farmer do some stuff, and he had AC/DC playing. And it's like, okay, how the hell did you manage to do that? I mean, Thunderstruck and stuff like that. And then you get one guy that, if he barely has anything in the background because the wife's cell phone's got some band, song on it, they get copyright strikes. I don't understand that. I understand if you use the in-game YouTube shit, but on most of the time sounds like shit. But anyhow, better get that shit off and get this guy sent to 168. As I'm sitting here yip-yapping and taking 25 minutes to talk about my mod conflict problem when it should only took me 3 minutes. Do you? Well, I do too, and I hadn't been doing it for a while, but part of that's because most of the time Morris or Tyler or somebody's on here with me, and so we're always visiting the whole time, so you don't need to. Here this last week, neither Morris nor Tyler's been on. I've been doing some stuff by myself and a little more single player stuff, farting around with testing mods, trying to maps, and trying to decide what I'm gonna do for single player series yet. I still haven't got that sorted out, obviously, because you guys haven't seen a video uploaded yet. So anyway, what are we on here? 168. And so anyway, you go through and you put, when you have that crap happen, then you got to figure out what mod it is. So then you go through. So I went into my single player mod test file, which there's stuff in there, of course, don't work very good, because hence the name of it, single mod test. So you test shit before you put it on a server, or if you fix stuff, like I edit, I always put it in there, test it, and for it. But anyhow, I was doing that, and it was still doing the same thing. It didn't matter what version of, let's see, how big of a field is 168? I don't think it's a huge field, is it? 168. 168, there it is. So anyway, I went through all that and figured out that it wasn't the version. It was still some mod conflict that I was using. So you take all your mods out and you add them back in one at a time, and then you kind of look at your mods and go, well, that might be what's causing it. So you ended up being, there's a mod called Mission Fix mod. And it's supposed to fucking on, you stupid thing. How I'm trying to say. Alright, so is the truck a little bit quieter? I did that too because Keith was bitching about how loud it was the other night. Is it a little bit quieter? I mean, I could go a little bit quiet. I need to probably tame down It didn't turn down the Jake that much. I should probably turn it down. So is it a little bit quieter, or is it still too fucking loud? I know it's quieter than... Oh, shit. And I got... What do I got for tractors everywhere? That bad boy was going to get traded off. This guy's over here. And this guy's over here. Because I also got to get rid of him. Because I got a plowing contract that these guys are going to have to go do. And the plowing contracts, I'm definitely doing it. See, this is the perk of actually getting on a fucking server and playing. See, like $238,000 for a plowing contract. One of them other guys could have had that, but nope, they ain't getting on here. So if they don't get on here, you snooze, you lose. Isn't that what the saying is? What pisses me off about Tyler is I really enjoy playing games with him. Except for I have Star Citizen, and it was one of them you bought into the game as it's been developed, and I bought into it way back 2015 or some damn thing. It cost me $75 or some shit thing. I don't know where the hell I want to park this. Bad thing about getting big, you ain't running out of places to park shit. Things like air drills aren't small things that don't take up little dinky bits of area. I really don't want to park it over here because it's going to interfere with hooking up this other stuff, but we'll park it over here and knock over my stack of... I didn't want to do that. Stack of cotton bales. But anyway, and I understand. Like, I ain't want, and like I told him the other day when I got on the server, or I called him, talked to him, told him we was getting everything going again. I said, I need to know, are you gonna actually get on and play? I need you to get on and play at least once a week. So I'm not gonna be an ass. I says I'm not gonna hound you because I did that the last go round. I had to freaking every time I turned around, I had to get on and tell him, hey, we want it. We're done. We're done with this month. Everybody's got it caught up with what we got going on. Oh, damn it. I want that one. I want the one to say plow. So, yeah. He said, I got the mods downloaded. I just need to get on. I said, well, by the time you get on, I'm sure you're going to have to update a few. Because right now we're updating like crazy. And actually, and of course, they all get screwed up again because of going through the better contracts thing. Because I added immediately, that's the first thing I did is went back a version, and it still didn't work on the server. Hey, Michigan Farmer, welcome back, buddy. I'm just rambling along here about next to nothing. And like I said, I was going to stream yesterday, but by the time I got that mod figured out, what the hell it was causing it ended up being, it was about 11 o'clock at night. Because like I said, I knew it had to be. And plow to field 49, back. You aren't green carton anymore. You need to go to field 49. Take you up there. I also got one that I need to go cultivate, field 34, which that was also a previous person that was supposed to get on here and play and never did. So his farm got deleted. He got on long enough to buy ground, and that was all he ever did. And then supposedly was having all these troubles with his computer and internet and all this other bullshit, and there was excuse after excuse after excuse, and that was a year and a half ago. So through 2 weeks ago, I deleted his farm. So how forgiving? Does that tell you how forgiving? We're going on over a year, and it took that long before we finally got to the point of just deleting his farm. So I don't think I'm that big of an ass when it comes to just requiring you to get on. You know, once a week, and and take care of your farm. Just like Tyler. And like I said, I called him and he said, oh yeah, I'll get on, no problem. Well, he got on last Sunday for 15 fucking minutes. No, not even that, 10 minutes at 11 o'clock at night and placed his shop because he needed to replace his shop because I updated the shop thing and everybody's shops got deleted, so everybody had to redo their shops, which that kind of happens once in a while. And I try to make sure when I update a mod, whether it's a new update or whatever, that keep the file names the same, so usually that don't happen. Okay, so we got him heading to 34, the other one heading... Yeah, okay. You're already there. And you're not going to go, because if I send you now, you're running in the back of that chisel plow. Run over here. You need to drop your head off. I'm sure if I send you like that, you'll run into some shit thing. So anyhow, and that's also part of the reason why we've opened up the server is because it's funner to play with more than one guy or two guys, and there's times, and I get it, life happens. I mean, Jesus Christ, I didn't put out a single video from, I thought it was June 18th, and I went back and looked at my log deal. And it was June 8th or 5th or some fucking thing. It was the last farm sim thing I'd put out since my live stream I put out on New Year's Day. And I'd done some real life farm stuff since then, and I've done a lot of, like I said, recording, and I still haven't done any fucking editing this 2 weeks and 3 weeks that I've been off work. Just, I know I need to fucking do it, and I keep saying I'm gonna do it, but I don't. So I understand the whole life happens, shit happens. Not you get sick, kids, whatever. I get it. But if you're not gonna get on, and that kind of stuff's going on, is fine. But see, the problem here with my cousin is I know what games he's playing because he's either playing something on Steam, and when you log into Steam, it shows what your friends list are doing, who that they're playing, and lo and behold, if you go on Steam and you're invisible, and you can't be invisible and be in Discord in your Discord channel and your audio with your dad playing Star Citizen and then not show up next to your name that you're playing Star Citizen. So I know how many hours he's played Star Citizen this last week. And there again, like I'm saying, I get it. Not everybody's going to play Farming Sim 24/7. Not even me. But when I see you're on here playing another game and you've assured me that you're going to get on at least once a week and take care of your stuff so I don't have to hound you. So when we're ready to move to the next day and you don't, it has a tendency to piss you off. So if he didn't get on here in this next week, he's going to get on and find out he don't have a fucking farm left. So anyway, not that I was really trying to rant much there. I just simply guess the state of the server kind of thing. Being a little perturbed at my cousin. And like I said, it pisses me off because I really enjoy playing games with him. Whether it's this game or even Star Citizen, but Star Citizen's been so fucking erratic on, it's been kind of a bitch to play. I think the latest patch update version of it's a lot more stable than what it has been. But I don't know. I started playing Starfield when it came out in August, and I really enjoy Starfield, but I still haven't played it since September. Everybody goes through their phases of what they like to play. I played a little bit of Railroader when it was released. What am I doing? I don't need to do that. I want you off of there. I need to hook up to you. Oh, where's my train of thought? But anyway, I played Railroader off and on. I played some the other night, and that's another one of them ongoing early release games. It's playable, but yet there's a lot of little quirks about the damn thing, you know. And it's enjoyable. I like playing certain first-person shooter games. So anyhow, I don't. This just happens to be one of the bigger games I play. Somebody was asking me the other day how many hours I've played. Oh, was it you, Michigan, or was it Rank that asked me that? Michigan, this map is the Huron County map, and you can get it off of. You can't get it off the in-game mod hub, but it's a public map. Best place to tell you to get it. I don't know. Start playing on our server. I think I got it from a third party mod hub, probably like Modland or Mod Hub, one of them two. I think where I ended up getting it. The original version of it, I probably actually got. I don't remember if I got it when I was playing with Kadurk, when Kadurk had it on one of his servers, or not, or if I had it before I started playing on Kadurk's server. But it's Huron County, Michigan, is the name of the map. And he's got the latest version is the most stable version, of course. You have 1,500 hours on Farm Sim 22, or Farm Sim altogether. I think it was you ranked. You must have been you ranked that was asking me how many hours I had. Believe it or not, I've actually played Farm Sim 22, I think, last I looked, and that was being hardly playing at all for the last 6 months. I've still played it more than I did 19, and I thought I played 19 too much. I'll look here in a second. Let me get this head dropped off and hooked up to my head trailer and get this guy heading to 168 so we can get that start going with that contract. And no, mind you, I am not mad at Morris for not being around. As a matter of fact, I'm sure Morris has probably tried to text me, and my phone is out of minutes. So that's the one thing that kind of sucks sometimes. You don't pay attention to you live paycheck to paycheck like I do, and then you go to vacation for Christmas, and you don't get your first. They pays you through your free vacation and everything for Christmas, so you pay all your bills and you get Christmas presents and some other odds and ends and groceries and stuff, and then you don't think about it because usually by the time your next paycheck comes, by the time you need to pay your next round of bills, well, I've been off for 3 weeks and I don't get paid until next paycheck is in a week from this Monday. So and I went, oops, I screwed up on the whole, didn't get my minutes added to my phone. It's all right. I don't have any telemarketers or anybody calling me. I don't have a girlfriend, so I ain't got to worry about. And even if I did, that might not be such a bad thing anyway. And she ain't calling you and bitching you about shit. That's another reason why I really need to get after this fucking channel so I can get some monetization going and get a little bit of winter time income supplement. Sure be nice. All right, getting you going. We got one grain cart down there. Ain't one grain cart. There's a 2,500 with that. And I guess that's 721,000. I was going to trade you off. I think I still might trade you off because I think still deciding between a track one. Where are you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? I'm not going to get a 9R. I'm going to get another versatile. I like my versatiles. But I like the newer traditional colors instead of the Bueller white and red. All right, I'll look here in a sec, Rank. Let me get going here. Get everybody seasick running, watching me go through all this. All right, there's a 2021 used, and I think the next one that's on here is the Delta Track. I don't think there's another tired one. I was trying to decide between a Delta Track or I was trying to decide between duals. I'm not a huge tracks lover. Just never have been. And I understand the concept of better. I need to get my bud fixed and added. I like big buds too. It must have been the Delta Track, and it's farther down here. I'm gonna go with the tire machine. Come on. It's got to be coming close. So one thing, you edit the vehicle customization sales mod, so you can get it adds so it adds more choices in your sales deal for one, and it also changes the parameters on you can change on how far off, how much discount it gets, what it displays for. It's a cool mod. So, and when you got people playing on a server, and that's why we call it Tractor House. That's one of the things that pisses me off about the in-game sales thing. I like that they added it because that, especially nowadays, not many farmers can afford, like an X9 that's brand new right out of the gate for $750,000. I mean, there's some big corporate farms out there that do, or some that, excuse me, got enough deep pockets that they can. And I like either Mitas or BKT. Let's go with the BKTs. No, I'm not going to put singles, but BKTs got a little beefier look to them, I think. At 100. Cab configurations, we'll put all. Attacher parts, front weight, and we want PTO. Even this one does not have 3-point, but it has both. I see Densis is working on his. Or is it BC Bueller? Dennis. Dennis is working on it, right? One of them is working on his version of these again. And I still have never understood about this plate thing. Yeah, what the hell. But I see on Facebook he's working on his versions of these, and I thought these were his anyway, just somebody else had converted them. Yeah. Well, yeah, like the farmers on YouTube that can afford to spend $200 a month in Patreon shit. But even then, the farmers have you got to pencil that shit out, man. It's got to pay. I mean, I was watching, I'm not watching very often. Their channel just popped up in there in Kentucky, and they bought an X9, but it replaced its capacity for their size of farm was just right to where they could take and buy one X9 and replace two S680s or 690s. And then it freed up, instead of two operators running a combine, one operator in a combine and another one driving a semi. So there's that kind of thing, logistics, but you still got to be able to pencil it out in the end. And like he said, when you have to trade off two combines and then you get one combine, the price scale difference is actually a little bit less for an expensive X9 as opposed to two S790s. Which, that makes sense. Then you got two heads and so forth. But for the most case, most people can't afford to go buy that stuff. Most people go like this, like I was talking about. You go in a tractor house and go, I need a newer tractor or the same tractor, less hours, something like that. Farmers buy a lot of good used equipment because let the other guy pay for that sharp depreciation cost that you have the first couple of years of it. I know we sure do. So that's why I really like that vehicle specialization sales mod because it it makes this so you got more than four things on sale. There's more than four fucking things on sale. I mean, in real life. So, you just it's one of them things where so I bought a new one. Oh, I don't have my yeah. And my mouse died on me the other day, so I had to grab an old mouse. So one of the buttons I use normally off of on the new mouse, the old mouse don't have. The scroll wheel broke on the damn thing. So we're gonna sell this. So 120,000 and we paid 240. So it's not a bad difference. Oh, yes. But as I was saying, I hope that okay. If you like watching Laura's farm, do you want to see what her dad's got a channel? And he actually charted that channel before she did. Because I started watching this guy and he's from Nebraska and I'm going, he's funny. He's kind of funny. He's upbeat all the time and he's funny. And they don't have all brand new stuff and he talks about some of the shit and I think with Laura you're seeing with Laura when you see her farm, she's got some stuff that's hers, but a lot of her channel is stuff that her dad has and her granddad who just passed away it was right before Thanksgiving. Her granddad passed away. But anyhow, you're seeing stuff on her channel that aren't just hers. I think some of it's from her and her dad's working together. Some of the stuff that you see, like the combine, is from Grant and his. I think Grant farms with his dad too, you know, and so there's a conglomeration of stuff there that's not just Laura's per se. It's both sides of the in-laws and the family, I think, when you're watching Laura Farms. Now, like her dad, if you watch his channel, which is Lead Farms, Lead Farms is the name of his channel, and you can see they don't have all brand new stuff. They have some older stuff because he's got an 8530 and you know, but they got some newer stuff. But you know that because like on Laura's, most of the time you see them using their green S3s combine, but her dad that they got a case combine. But anyhow, that's the other half of that channel. I started watching him. I kind of like this guy. He's kind of funny, and next thing you know, he's talking about Laura and his daughter, and I'm like, well, it didn't take me long to put two and two together there. So anyhow, the only bad thing about buying used, you got to repair it and repaint it. So that makes your cost go up a little bit. But so if anybody has never used that mod, I suggest you use it. And here, I was going to tell Rank how many hours I've played Farming Sim. Let me bring Steam up here quick. So, Farming Simulator. It says I have played Farming Simulator 1,941 and a half hours. And that's with not playing much this last 6 months. Farm Sim 19. I played it for 1,852 hours. Farm Sim 17. I played it for 1,358 hours. And Farm Sim 15, I played it for just over 1,000 hours. So I guess as we get into newer farm sims, I play more. I don't know. It's kind of surprising. I honestly thought that I'd played 19 more than I did in 22, but and with 15 and 17, the reason why them probably aren't as high is because that was still when you were getting a new game every 2 years. So that's why those ones, you know, you figure 2 years playing Farming Field 17, 1,358 hours, that's a lot of hours. Where Farm Sim 19, that's 3 years of play time. So 1,800 and 52 is quite a bit. So I was really surprised that 22 is as high as it is. So, and especially where a lot of that single player, because when I got into 22, I wasn't with anybody's server, wasn't really playing with anybody at the time, and still I started watching. Got friends with Kadurk. I started playing with Kadurk on his server, and then it kind of worked. That's how we got into it. And then I played with Pleasant View on his server for a while, and mind you, single player farming sim's fun, but I still like getting on a nice server with a group of like-minded guys and just playing together and hanging out. That's kind of what I like doing. So, so we're at 1941, and we got a whole nother. If 3 years, we should be here pretty quick. Should be getting some rumblings about Farm Sim 25, shouldn't we? And we should be getting it released in November. Usually, that I hope the fuck they don't decide to go to 4 years. I mean, not that I don't like the platform we got. It's better now that everybody figured out its quirks. And as far as that mod here, I'll give you the name of it, the exact name of it, in case anybody's interested if they have not been using that mod. It is called FS22 Vehicle Sales System Customizer is the name of the mod. And like I said, I'll bring that back up quick, the sales deal, and show you it from the outside of it. So what it does is you know, instead of 4 things for sale, you can go in there and edit the XML and how many things you want for sale between. There's a multiplayer section in the XML and there's a single player in XML. And it's pretty straightforward, easy. It kind of tells you how to change things. Or you can just leave it at default. I think default is 75 things for sale, which is damn sight better than 4. Because I don't think I've ever picked up Tractor House and only seen 4 tractors for sale or pieces of implement for sale. You know, and for that matter, you pick up Tractor Houses and there's a lot more than 4 pages of stuff for sale. So, but anyhow, what it does is the main thing it does is it adds more items that are on sale, and it picks it from obviously mods and also from in-game stuff. But the other thing it does is it alters. You can alter the low side of it, like the number 3,160 here, this one here. You can change it. I think default's 5,000. It will only show stuff that's on sale for 5,000 and up. You can also edit the amount off, so the rebate and the amount that it's on your for sale. You can do it from 1 day to 2 days to 5 days to it goes by hours, but and you know, this part down here, it didn't change. It don't change how any of this works, how many hours or how old it is. One of the things I have noticed about, and I think the in-game stuff does this too. We'll just, for example, here we'll go to. Then we have a 9R, well, a 9X20, so a 99,020 series tractor. 90% of the time, this is what they've always scratched my head about when they put it on sale. They never have duals. Most of the time, they never have duals, and it's always the smallest horsepower. Very seldom is it the highest horsepower one. And that's usually, you know, they don't have any. They're pretty much a standard. And I don't know, and I don't think that has anything to do with the mod itself. That's because the mod just alters the amount. You can adjust the amount off, the amount of hours it's displayed and on sale, and of course the amount of things on sale. It doesn't adjust the actual sale part of the game. So the parts that changes all this stuff. That's one thing, and that's the in-game part of it. But it drives me nuts that every time you buy it, you see something on sale, it's always the small one. You know, it's not the 9620, and it don't already have duals on it. It's always got singles on it, and you got to put duals on it. It's kind of weird to me. But anyhow, that's the way it is. All right, we're getting off. I need to get this bad boy hooked up and down the road. Yes, that's a much better looking unit than the white one. And not only that, it's a 610 and not a 550, so I gained 60 horse. Oh, it is about versatile. I've always liked versatile. I think as they were saying the other day, a lot of it probably has to do with being the very first big four-wheel drive tractor I ever drove and learned how to drive articulating tractors was a versatile. So, and back then and even today, they're cheap horsepower. You know, they didn't have a lot of bells and whistles and frills to them back in the day. They were just tough old birds. Yeah, no shit, Rank. I would say so. I do not play the in-game. I do not play the mud mod. It drives me bananas. I do not like how it sets up. That's just like in 17, the end of 17, when they started putting mud in the mod and maps. I don't. And in 19, there were a few more. I always shut it off because I don't like how it does it. And what field was that we're freaking plowing? 49. I don't like how, and I think the new mud mod's a little better, but there's when they were doing it in the maps a couple years, you know, in 17, it was always there. So you had to shut it off, or it was always there. And I didn't like they didn't have the weather part of the map figured out just yet, where when it rained, mud showed up. When it didn't have rain, mud dried away. Now that I agree with, and I can handle it. But the mud mod still, it drives me bonkers. It's still not 168. It's still not refined enough for me to play with it and it not drive me nuts. Okay, so like a doo-wah, what did I do? I run all of my stuff down here. Now I didn't fuel up the combines before they left. Stupid. Suppose this field over here will have a contract. We'll just pop one over here and do it right over here. Anyway, so that means they're not empty by any means. I better go get... Yeah, these ones are empty enough that... Suppose better go get the pickup and get the fuel tank brought over here. What I need to do is I need to figure out a different place to put my phone and watch this stupid thing so I watch the chat better easier. No, yeah, no, I don't. You are exactly right about that, Michigan. It's one of them brief things. Oh, I need to remember to fuel them before I leave the shop thing, and then you get to going through stuff, and like this instance where I got combines going over to 168 to start on a harvesting contract. I got 2 plows I got to get sent over to 49 or whatever so they can start a plow contract, and then I got the big boy on the field cultivator doing a field contract. Yeah, you're exactly right on this deal. So I got fuel. I need diesel exhaust fluid. Am I close enough? Oh, I'm close enough. And as I was showing the other day, I didn't get it done. I added this mod here. I like this mod. It looks, a lot of farms do this. They take a bulk thing like that and they just buy it by bulk and have a truck put them into it. And I'm not using these, but I need to get this used up. It's got, how much it got in? Oh, how much it got in? It's about used. So I can get rid of the goddamn thing. And go to fully using my pump setup I bought and added the other day. I found those when I found the different pack of diesel fuel tanks. Which, by the way, I edited them a little bit, but they don't really need to be edited. I found them from that's North Dakota Mapping and Moddings. That's where those came from. 168, right? All right. Jesus Christ. Right, 168. Here, I'll show you real quick what all comes with that. They're in the containers, and I like them. I'm always more going after more realistic, fuel tanks, which they've done okay. I was using these ones are all right if you're like huge farmer. I did, and I was using this one, and I like this one, but they got the stupid thing bass backwards on the fuel trigger. They got it at the back instead of at the front. But anyway, so I was at Christmas time. I was looking at some of the stuff he'd released something, so I was looking at stuff he had released. So he has these fuel barrels, fuel tank mod, and these are realistic as hell. That's pretty fucking realistic. There's a lot of farms that's the kind of setup they have for fuel tanks, and they're two. Yeah, the double ones are 2,000-gallon ones put together. Then they have a single 1,000-gallon, and they have red. If you want red, there's a lot of old farms that had red, and green if you wanted green. It's your colors. And then they got this version, which is the one I added, which I like this version. That's realistic. This is realistic because who is it? Is it Welker's that got one that's similar to this kind of type thing? But it's not. I don't remember if it's red. But Welker's got a similar fuel tank, kind of like this. And then they got this fuel tank. This is another one that would be kind of like Welker's. And Larson's, I think, got a kind of a big ass fuel tank like this. But either way, a lot more realistic than some. So I picked them up, and then they also run into these on these websites. And this is North Dakota modding and mappings where these stuff came from. There's a lot of some smaller farms that got it set up like this for holding fertilizer or water. They fill this. Oh shit! I didn't want to do that. They fill these, and you got three colors. There's black, green, and blue, and there's four or two and that's it. But a lot of them smaller guys, they'll sell. Yeah, just screw the grass up a little. But anyhow, so I picked those up and I edited them a little. I didn't edit them so they held much more. I edited the fill rates on them a little bit. I thought their fill rates were a little low. Well, I hope the neighbor don't mind. Ain't got anything planted out here yet anyway, so we're going to use these fields for staging area. Anyhow, so like I said, I like to play as realistic as possible, within reason. Although Morris, like I said, I added the manual fuel mod here a while back, and Morris was mad at me. What the hell? Nothing fuels up when I pull up beside it now. I don't know what the hell's wrong. It was working for me, and it dawned on me. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell him that I added the manual because even though like to play realistic, the manual attach mod on the other hand, I hate that son of a bitch. I've played with it off and on and played with it off and on, and it just, oh my God, there's times thing works fine, and there's times you fight and you fight and you fight to try to get shit to hook up on that shit thing. And so I've dabbled with that mod. It's even been on here a time or two, and part of that's has to do with, there was a couple mods I couldn't get to hook up. There was some kind of weird conflict. I couldn't get them to hook up normally, so I added it on here so I could get it to hook up, which one of them was back when I was trying to do the sugar beet thing. And that should have been a clue there, in that we were having bigger issues with the sugar beets than when I couldn't hook shit up without having to have manual mod. But the king of the manual mod, remember in 19, who used the shit out of it in 19? Kadirk. He was all about that manual attach mod. Well, if you watch him and most of his 22 stuff, he doesn't use it. I don't know if he's been Well, I got to get caught up on him. And I've got to say I'm proud of him. By God, he's sticking with UMRV and doing his dairy deal. He ain't like everybody else. And as soon as Tahitian come out, everybody just bailed on whatever the hell they was doing, and only got 15 bazillion people doing Tahitian County shit. Again, I like the map. I just don't want to be like everybody else. That's the reason why you aren't going to see it. I might visit it when the next greatest thing comes out and everybody else leaves it like a hot potato. And here I am parking him out in the field instead of going to fuel him. Well, here, we'll get it all figured out. So anyhow, I'm quite impressed that he's sticking with UMRV, which that's a good map too. But there again, I played it a little, just kind of dabble here or there type thing, but when that one came out, there were a lot of people that jumped to that sumbitch too. So there again, it's like, well, I'm not gonna. I like to be a little bit different than everybody else when it comes to maps, I guess. Because personality, y'all know I'm damn sure different than most of the other guys. To the point where, like I said, when I started out, I probably won't ever have a Giants partnership because I do not. I'll tell them what I think of their shit when it's shit. I'm not going to blow smoke up their ass about their fucking game when it's not. When they do something stupid with their game. So I'm sure I'll never get the Giants partnership shit and be one of the ones that gets the early releases of shit because I just can't keep my thoughts to myself, as we all know. I was even kind of thinking, well, what am I going to rant about today? So I guess we kind of started off with a bit of a rant. People that say they're going to do something that don't do something. That kind of a rant, ain't it? Alrighty. We're going to be able to... We're going to be able to get this done in one pass. There's one thing I have noticed, though, the manual fuel thing, when you're using a fuel trailer, you don't have to do the manual fuel thing. But I didn't. I mean, to me, it works. I mean, you pull up to a fuel tank and you get out and you stand between whatever you got to fuel up in the fuel tank and hit the button and then like you're, makes sense to me. And I mean, the manual attach mod makes sense. So we're gonna have to do this twice because the fuel trigger is on the other side, right? Yep. So we'll have to go along here, fuel everybody up with depth, and come back around. Fuel everybody with fuel on the other side. But in reality, you'd have both nozzles out and you'd fill at the same time. Look at those. Yeah, you're exactly right, Michigan. And some of them guys, they're not being brown nosers. They're just not as, I don't know. They aren't as picky as I am, maybe, and damn sure not as vocal about the stuff that they don't like. There's a lot of me that wishes I was a lot more like Kadurk. God damn it. When it comes to being a little more user friendly, would that be the way to put that? Because I've watched Kadurk enough to know that there's certain things about farm sim that he don't like, and he's voiced it, but he does it a lot nicer than I do. I guess to me, I'm one of them. If it's shit, I'm gonna say it's shit. Kadurk's one of them that's gonna be, well, not that good, and that's all he's gonna say. Me, I'm gonna say it's shit, and then I'll go into an hour rant about why it's shit. So, yeah. I got a lot of respect for Kadurk. I like Kadurk because he grew up Not necessarily on a farm, but working on farms. He knows how to farm, although every now and then you got to remind him, hey, you're doing that wrong. And he's got a likable producer's personality. I like it. He can explain stuff when he does his tutorials fairly well. Me, I did that tutorial kind of for rank the other night, and I probably got him so fucking lost he didn't even know it. He probably went and deleted the freaking auto drive and the course play mods. I'm like, oh my god. But I guess in some senses, if you watch my review of something and I tell you why I don't like it, you're going to know why I don't like it. It's not going to be a, well, I don't like it, and leave it at that. I'm going to tell you why the fuck I don't like it, and what they could have done better to make it better, or what they should have done to make it better. And we all know I've been less than impressed with Giants when it comes to Farm Sim 22 on a lot of the stupid shit. It's like I spent money on the first year for, I bought the season's pass thing, and boy, that was a waste of fucking money. Got a lot of shit with that one, in my opinion. Now, if I'd have been smart while I was doing this and sitting in the combines, when I went through with the def the first time, I'd have frickin' got my course ready. And then as I came back and did it with the other combine, I could have got my courses all copied. But oh no, that would make too much sense, wouldn't it? So no, now I got to go finish doing the fueling, and now by the end on the first one and get the course going on the first one and go back through. But I could do it here, I guess. Course play, create a job, course play field work, open, close, one headland, 3 tools, headland, smooth. I suppose we can do smooth where it's for a customer. Sharp or round. Let's go round, see what it does. We want clockwise. Oh, 5%. Let's go 4%. Go lands. And I did mess around with this a little bit last night, the racetrack and the spiral thing. And it's okay. It's more how you would combine wheat, barley, rice type, small grain rice crops with standing straw. It's similar to what you would do, because normally you just start on the outside and work around until you're done, like you're mowing. You don't do this back and forth shit that most people do. Very seldom have I seen custom harvesters or anybody like that do the back and forth thing. And usually what happens is once they get the ends off 3 or 4 rounds and it gets not very wide, they just drive around the other side and come back up the other side. But in Farm Sim, land seems to work fairly good. And anyway, the spiral and the racetrack, what it does is it runs the headlands off and then it goes around and around, but it doesn't do the end rows. It's okay. Like I said, I farted with it last night. So let's see, we got 3 combines, 6, that's 9. What's it look like if we do 3 rows per land? And I want to put this back on lands. And generate course. I don't know how well it's going to look where you got a long and narrow there. Let's go 2. That's 6 rounds total. That looks a little better. Yep, that's what we'll do. And see, this still works. You don't have to do it with the first one. You can still do it with the middle one. Just need always make sure, like here, we're doing 3. So you have a left, center, right. And whenever I screw up is because I forget to change what the guy's supposed to be doing. And this guy's supposed to be on center. But you can still do the copy course thing, even with him. Get out, come around here, hit the old pickup here, and move on up to this guy. He don't need as much fuel, but we're still going to fuel him up. Alrighty, so now we just click on the green clipboard and voila! And he's number 1 left. So all I'm going to do is when I go over to this guy over here, I need to make sure he's left right and copy course. And you can run 5 combines with course play, and that's it. You have 1 center, and then you have a left right, a left 1, and a left 2, and you have a right 1 and a right 2. And when you do that, that's when this comes into play. It's really important to make sure you have your convoy distance set no less than 300. And now what that is how far behind each one of them will get stacked up. And if something stops, it'll sense it, and then 300 feet away, it'll stop. It won't keep going. It's supposed to be. Alrighty. Oh. Ready to go. Traffic coming. Nobody coming. Spin you around. We'll set you. Yeah, we'll set you down here. We're gonna have to totally. I don't know if we've done this field before. We might have to do some editing. Looks like so. So we ain't gonna screw with that just yet. I don't think I want to do. I don't think I want to do mother bin per se. Still don't necessarily need a mother bin with soybeans. Oh, that reminds me, something else I need to do. So see right here, nearest waypoint. Oh, that's another thing you got to remember. Go to first waypoint. I didn't do that on them guys. Change this right over here. Center, right. Copy course. He's already got a copied course. And he is good to go. I need to back this bad boy up a little bit. And while I'm here, let's go ahead and change this to first waypoint. And what? If you guys still that are watching, rank in Michigan, I don't know how much you use course play, but first waypoint right here is first waypoint, where your beginning is, which is kind of self-explanatory. That's what this means, first waypoint, which waypoints are these little arrows things, and it shows you the direction that it's going. That's what these are. These are waypoints. So once you start, I always start on first waypoint. It starts like it's supposed to. And then after you start the waypoint, as soon as I remember, I immediately change it to nearest waypoint. And the reason why I do that is because, well, we've watched enough to know that course play has these little screw-ups once in a while, and you got to stop the player and just reset the guy. And if you hit nearest waypoint, and remember to change it, leave it the nearest waypoint, and you can just come up and you hit the start button, and he starts off from where he needs to. If you forget to change that, leave it on first waypoint, what happens is you could have 3/4 of the way down to the field, and you want to come clear the hell back over here and start over. Now, last waypoint also is okay to use because let's say you stopped him because he was screwed up, but you weren't sure where he was at in his course. And I started using this, the blue, and well, I know I'm jumping around just a minute here, but the eye turns on the waypoints to where when it's black like this or gray, none of the waypoints show up. You turn it to yellow, the only waypoints that show up are the beginning, the first waypoint, and the end waypoint. So if I drove over there where the end is going to be, there would be a stop sign and one waypoint over here somewhere. The blue But I like this is what I kind of run on when I'm just running because it kind of gives me an idea where they're at all the time. It just shows you a little way. It shows you a few what the direction it goes. Shows a few of them. And when it's on yellow or green, I mean, it shows the whole pattern throughout, and then you can go over there and it'll show everything. It shows everything all the time. Now that's fine for when they screw up and you're trying to figure out where they screwed up. And you want to see all the points. So, but most of the time I run on the blue one until I gotta actually, use. But the nice thing about last waypoint, to get back to that part of it, when you click on last waypoint, we'll go ahead and get him going. And as soon as he starts, he ain't even got to move 5 feet. And what's going on now is he was unfolding. Go ahead and click on nearest waypoint. I just do that. One of the things I do right away. But the nice thing about last waypoint, there's last waypoint. We'll get him on nearest waypoint. Is let's say you can't quite figure out where the hell he screwed up, and you shut him off. Well, if you click on last waypoint, hit the start thing, he'll go to the last waypoint that he recorded he was at and start from there. So there's times last waypoint's okay to have. Like Kadirk. I've watched him. He uses last waypoint a lot here. It's been 6 months ago. I was watching him put slurry out on his dairy farm series, and he was manually loading it every time instead of using an auto driver out there for a little while. He was taking it back to the farmyard and loading it and then taking it back out to the field instead of using auto drive to load. And he later set it up for to be totally automated. But what he was doing is he'd shut the course play off, get in it, and go on and fill it, come back, and he'd drive to the edge of the field just far enough in to recognize course play and had it on the last waypoint, hit the play button, and that tractor would take off and go over to its last waypoint, continue putting on slurry from where it stopped. So it has its use, but I just know I always make sure I change it to nearest waypoint as soon as I'm done starting, because that way if you have a screw up, it don't go. You'll hit yourself on your forehead the first time you do it, and you forget about it, and you hit play because you think you figured out where they need to be, and you figured out, oh shit, I didn't figure out where I needed to be, and the guy takes off and he folds up, starts going, taking across the field. You're like, where the hell are you going? And you go, oh yeah, shit, I forgot what I did there. He's going to the first point. Oh no, stop! I don't want him to do that. And delete you because I don't want you to copy that in the first place there. And I need to make sure my tab's back on. Hey, Trio, buddy, what's going on? Welcome, everybody, to the stream. Got 5 people in here. I got to figure out. I have got to move my deal somewhere else. So keep not watching my stream as well as I should stream. And of course, knock over my fucking wastebasket. There, let's try setting you guys there. If I set you there, then it's more of a... I'll glance down and see my chat, and I'll not miss as much chat while I'm trying to watch what I'm doing. And dump my goddamn trash can and make a fucking mess. I do believe it's time to take trash out. Alright, maybe I can watch my chat a little better there. Alright, get you Up here, spun around, and unfolded. This is 49. Yeah, this one will make Morris mad. He looks out the window and just sees he's got green equipment over here by his farm. God damn him! He's over here doing a plow mission by my house. God damn him! Well, get on and play. Nah, Morris has got a lot going on with family and stuff. Sounds like so. I'm sure that's why he hasn't been on. And so create job, open course generator. I got 2 tools, 2. I want to do 2 headlands. I think that field doesn't have anything major around it. I think 1 will be fine. I think. Yeah, 1 will be fine. If it was my field, I'd be using sharp. But it's not my field, so let's just do round counterclockwise. 5%. Up and down. Generate field work course. And I already screwed that up because I did start headlands first. Oh well. Ain't my field. Oh, it's not supposed to think that way, right? And you need to be right 1. And first waypoint. And you can go ahead and start, I think. And you... So how's Trio today? You doing all right, buddy? His Rabbit started his ATS stream. He said he was going to stream ATS today. When I started, I kind of looked around a little bit, and wow, we're already an hour. Wow. Here I've been yik-yakking, and time flies, and you're having fun, right? Wasn't hardly anybody streaming. It looked like, shit. Not Argosy, there was 1 person streaming. And I'm a member, but I don't watch him very often. Shit. Faber was, Faber was, Faber was streaming. And I ain't been coughing much the last day, so maybe I won't have to worry about. And I went back and watched my live stream the other night, and it was an hour. I had my fucking mic muted for damn near an hour. So whoever watches the replay of that's ain't gonna be worth a shit. Get these guys going. I got a combine full already. Alright, now that I got him going, need to go in here and change his settings. This is what I always change on my course play settings when I'm doing. It don't matter whether I'm combined or not. Raise tools, I always put that to late. And I always put lower tools early. Because you get less likely when they turn around to leave little spots not done every now and then. Convoy distance 246, we'll leave him there. Field work, let's go 18. And field, and this is how fast they drive in the field when they're not doing work. So like if you were doing grain cart stuff through course play, which you can do, I just don't have luck with it. I think auto drive does better. You turn this up so when it goes through the field, when he's going between combine and to the dump point, it's going faster. And turn speed, oh, I goes about 8.1. Reverse, about 6.8, 6.2, somewhere in there. And the silo is one of the new things that I've never used. I think this has to do with the whole silage chopping thing. And that's pretty much all I do when it comes to settings in the settings for each. And this is for each tractor that has courseplay on it. This is worldwide courseplay. On this, I know it's more realistic if I was paying my drivers, but I don't. It annoys me because it's not a realistic wage per se. But anyway, always keep it healthy, and I started doing that because of the combine thing. When combines get below 75%, you lose yield. In case nobody knew that, so if you keep it healthy in courseplay, it's automatic. It repairs it as it uses it, and that does cost some money. And then fuel threshold, that's if it gets down to something, it's going to go get its own fuel. So anyhow, that's about all I change in that one. And then when you're in combines, when you're in a combine, it's got a different say. It shows up different. But another thing to show on courseplay, and you need this is actually here. Next thing you need to do is you need to make sure it's set. See where its expert mode's at? Activate expert mode. Because that's what was happening to Morris the other day. He's like, how the hell, where's that setting at? I've never seen that. What are you talking about? And what he's talking about is, no, I don't want to quit the desktop. When you're actually doing your course, there's some settings that don't show up in your course play if you don't have it set on course expert. Hey, DJs, buddy, how are you doing? DJ's Club. Oh, course play is awesome. It can be daunting. But it's awesome. I cannot play without it. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Even if you're just stopping in for a momentary stop by or a flyby. My biggest problem with course play was the interface. Going from 22 to 19 to 22 was, well, it took me forever to figure out, get used to this interface. Now that I'm used to the interface, and then center mouse button or right mouse button clicks it up, but and using going, it took me a while to get used to the new interface. Once I got used to it, I wouldn't go back to the old version at all. If I had, I don't play 19 at all. I've never even had a desire to. Okay, so got that done. Now I need to get over here, get this guy set up. And while I'm in here, I guess go to course play and shit. I gotta get out of course play because I gotta click on him. Visit. There you are. Get in you. I had the tab shut off. Well, I know I couldn't play without it, and I use it for everything. It doesn't matter whether I'm playing single player in a small field in a single player, using an 89 or a 4960 or a 4440 and a 8-row planter or a 15-foot disc or whatever. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I use it. Because I don't know. I'm one of them that I'd much rather use course play, jump around and babysit, a bunch of stuff going on, as opposed to the guys that play and they sit in a cab and they use GPS more than I do. I don't know. It's to each his own. I'm not saying one way is better than the other. It's just different type of content, I guess. But But then again, part of that difference is I don't play much small stuff. I like the bigger stuff and bigger maps, bigger stuff. So I'm always playing on maps that got big fields. So you're always using, no matter whether you're playing in 1980 and you're using four 20-foot discs, or you're playing in 2015 and you're using three 40-foot discs. Either way, it manages, it covers the area better. Now the guys that play in smaller or whatever, and they're doing GPS and doing each field themselves, that's fine. That's not my style. Yes, DJs. As a matter of fact, you will see that coming up here quickly as soon as I get done BSing here and actually get my course for this. God damn it. Create job, course play, field work. Get this set up. Yeah, as a matter of fact, if you watched my last stream, I was trying to show Rank how to incorporate course play and auto drive together with combines. And this guy's got to do two headlands, even though there's enough room with one, but it does some weird backing up collision thing if you don't do two headlands. Counterclockwise. Smooth, I guess. And realistically, you would do center first, so I suppose. Generate field work course. What the hell's that bullshit about? 80 foot. Is it because we got too many course plays in the map? I hope not. Start working the center. Smooth. Counterclockwise. Up, down. What do you mean needs more information? Generate fieldwork course. Log may have more information. Okay. First time I've run into that bullshit. I'm only got two field. I mean, I got multiple tools in each one, but that's not. You got Morris over here. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The fuck's he got over here? Wonder if that's got anything to do with it. If it doesn't like, well, I don't remember that being a problem. And this is already done. What the hell did you use to plant this that you still need to have that course? Alright, Morris. What'd you use to plant that with? Because it needs to be frickin' deleted. I'll bet you use this bad boy. Delete. Delete. Alright, I got rid of. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got rid of one course. See if we can get it to work this go around. I've never run into that problem before. Always some stupid little dinky bunch of bullshit. Can't ever get anything particular to go exactly like it's supposed to. Open course. Two headlands. One tool. 80 foot. Center. Smooth. Counterclockwise. 5%. Up, down. Automatic. There shouldn't need any more. Didn't work that time. I guess and I shouldn't have folded you. I should have left you alone. So now you're going to fold up. Because you're going to go over to where the start's at, because it's not there. But yes, I've played around with auto drive and set up courses also. I've been lucky in a lot of the things I've played on. I haven't had to totally make an auto drive course, because most everything I've been lucky, and you could that auto drive maker guys that create auto drive courses and release them to the public. I've gotten most of my stuff off of there. I got the one for Huron County here. I don't remember if we got it, if I was a save. I think I kept the one that the guy got that made for Kadurk, but there's been one made for this also, and we've just done edits to it. And I was showing Rank how to do that the other night. But I use both. There again, you get to play in these bigger maps like I like to play in bigger equipment. Instead of actually playing and driving, like this, I'll just with this field, it's not that bad to keep up with 3 combines. I'll probably just drive grain cart. But if this was a field of corn, I would probably set it automate it to where auto drive was doing the grain cart and leave the combines doing course play for the combine part. But usually with soybeans, you can keep up as long as you're not 2 inches away from the spout to unload. There's some corn left, not much. We got a lot of corn done last month. Most of the corn was done last month. But I don't know. That's just my style of play. I like big equipment, and so I guess instead of driving it myself and playing with GPS, and I have started looking at what the hell's that mod that's similar to GPS? But in some senses, it's actually a little easier to use than GPS is. Farm Sim Guide just put a tutorial out for it. What the hell was it? Can't think of the goddamn name of it now. I farted around with that the other day, and I've had it for a long time. But what I like about it, when it comes to setting up a line on it, as opposed to GPS, you can put it so it's got 1 degree increments. So when you twist something, you can follow. You don't have to. Your map doesn't have to be perfectly square fields to get to so you're not leaving these weird jagged edges and shit. If you have a field that's not exactly set on a 90-degree plane, 90 degrees is in the north, right? Or 0 north. 0's north, 90 is south, 180's east, and 270's west. Either way, you're not set up on 90-degree increments. And I know GPS has got you can twist it some, but you can't get it. What the hell's the name of the new goddamn it that's farting around with? And I've had it a long time. It's been out quite some time. Come on, server, get done saving. But anyway, you can twist it 1 degree. So like, even if you are in a square one like this, and you wanted to play more realistic as far as, you don't cut most farms that when I learned how to cut soybeans. or combine, harvest soybeans, cut, whatever the hell you want to say. You don't harvest them in a straight row like that. You always go at a slight angle when you're using a flex head. That way you're not, you know, wearing exactly the same wear pattern on all of your sickle sections. Go at a slight angle, anyhow. Most of the places I've worked for, that's how it's been done. So if you were to use like one combine and whatever, you could set it up and you twist your angle a couple degrees and you wouldn't be exactly straight if you wanted to use it. Can't think of the goddamn name of that mod. So goddamn many mods that you'd be dumbfounded to know what I have in my mods folders. It's like Rabid Rob the other day, last night, was telling him why I hadn't streamed yesterday like I was wanting to. He goes, oh yeah, when you got 50 mods, you got to go back through to figure out which one's making the conflict. And I kind of chuckled and went, 50? Shit, I wish. I think I was looking the other day, and I have a script. I've got folders for different stuff, different single player save games and stuff, of course. But I also got, I got one folder for building mods. I got one folder that's called mods, where most all the mods go. And in 19, I even had them, so I had I had John Deere mods, I had international mods. But anyway, I haven't got quite, and I should do that to this day, but I haven't. Anyway, but I got like one mod that says script mods, and that's all the script mods that I've been interested in. And then I got one that's called used script mods, and that's the ones that I always use, period. Well, there's like 136 mods in just the used script mods mod. That's not including tractors and buildings and shit. Welcome back, Rank. So I had to kind of chuckle a little bit when Rob was talking about going through 50 mods or whatever to try to figure out which mod was screwing up. And I'm thinking, no, that's why it took me about 4 hours to figure it out, because I knew it was a script mod, but you can't just go into your script mods in your mods folder and delete. You gotta leave all that alone, go into your single player, and then shut them all off, and then turn them back on one at a time to figure out, oh shit, I gotta get him stopped. Stop. Because you are not gonna go. Can't have you taking that that does not go. That goes to GSI Cooperative Sell Point, buddy. You can't be taking that to my grain bins yet. No. I won't get paid for shit if you do that. GSI Co-op Sell Point. You have to go around the block, because that's pretty much straight north from here. All right, back to what? Back to regular schedule program. Oops, not how that one screwed up. Which earlage head is that, Rank? Is it the one that wasn't that when that come out was like for UMRV? UMRV was one of the earlier maps that you could do earlage on, wasn't it? All they did is they converted. They not necessarily converted. They took like a 612 John Deere corn head and they changed the scripting in it so it would hook up to a chopper And of course, I know what you're talking about, and I'm sure I think I know what head you're talking about. But I've never messed with it because I've never done Village. Because I've never gotten into that part of a map that uses maze plus. Right, okay, Westby. See, and I hated Westby, so. And not that Westby wasn't a good map, I hate dinky ass fields and I cannot contour farm. Now mind you, I wish this map had a little bit more topography to it than as flat as it is. I mean, yes, it has some. I mean, yeah, you like here, there's a little hill here, but I mean a lot more hills than this. Like the 16X version of Medicine Creek I got. I like that map. Tahitian, I like how Tahitian's laid out as far as topography. I mean, Tahitian, I'm not playing Tahitian because I don't like the map for what it is. I'm just not playing Tahitian because fucking everybody and their dog's playing Tahitian. And right now I'm using Alma for my single player test map to test mods and stuff on. I don't mind that map for a little map, I guess. It's the bad thing about trying to unload when they turn like that. Yeah, get over here. Yeah, we'll just run the fucking head over, dumbass. By the time I get caught the fuck back up, he'll be turned again and I won't get him unloaded all the way. Now he's taking off like an idiot. You know what, buddy? Get that last shitting bit out of your combine, will ya? Nothing like combining on a go at 20 mile an hour. There. Thank you. I didn't think I was going to have to set up a mother bin. I still might not have to set up a mother bin, but I'm going to probably have to edit this course play. Auto drive course. Yeah, I'm going to, because that's pretty small. Come on. Oh, you got to love it when the server saves, because you're like, come on, do something. That's one thing that pisses me off about servers is when they're fucking saving it. You're trying to do something. Okay, so yeah, is it control that deletes, right? Must be alt that deletes. You fucking being stupid still, server. Yeah, alt deletes. Delete all this shit here. I'm not going to add a mother bin course here, but I'm going to lengthen this one out. So I need to delete these points. Come on. Oh, I know what it is. It's this new fucking this old mouse. I missed my mouse already. This fucking scroll wheel wouldn't have broke. up here. We get all these guys connected and straightened out a little bit. Now, rank, you remember what you got to do here? To move them around, it's right click. My truck's going to get back here and go, where am I supposed to go? It's going to get lost. So, and we're going to drive up one more. I want to name. And you got to have that red thing. Got to be on the point you want to name. And we're going to name this field 168. So we need to click on this add. Name. Field. 168. Enter. And we're going to go up to the next one. Scroll out a little bit here. And control. Left click. Adds points. And we want to come over a little bit. Come over a little bit. Come over a little bit. And if you were driving the truck, you could record this and probably make them a little smoother than what I'm doing here. But this is also a way to edit auto drive courses. You can add your own points. About right here, you right in here. We'll connect these two, and we'll connect you to that one. So now this course is completed again, and it will work. It should work. So remember, the biggest thing is making sure you connect at the end and at the beginning, or otherwise it'll try to tell you that. Do something along those lines. I'll move this one over just a little bit more. And then we're going to come over here. And we're going to take this one. Remember, turn around a little bit more. Scroll out. We're going to go from here. You click it, and then you hold over it. And you roll your mouse wheel, scroll mouse. And we're going to see how it makes a nice curve. And you get it kind of where you want it. And you click it again, and it adds all the points. There you go. And now I gotta go get back in my truck and re-add the field 168 because I deleted that point. So now it'll go to a default point of probably shop. You likes to use the in-game shop for the default point. See, so now it's like, what the hell's going on here? So, and that'll be in default because I just added it. I don't know what the hell field there is, but there it is. See, field 168. We add it. And we'll click it off. We'll click it on and get it re-going, and it'll pull up to that point. And the reason for this is because now I'm about to find out whether I got collisions, because I need to go get another truck, because I could have had another truck full and gone by now. We'll go get another truck, and we'll use the other blue one. GSI. GSI co-op sell point. And we're not doing corn, we're doing soybeans. Go like the wind, buddy. Oh, wait a minute. Stop that for a second. Now you go. I need to be able to tab to it. Oh, you're going on a mod rant. Okay. I mean, I gladly help you and tell you what I knew about it, Rank, which you already know. I'm all about helping if I can. Oh, I need to. But I have never used that mod, so I can't tell you. Well, I had a brain fart there for a minute. We'll find out whether this Wilson's going to work or not. I hope it does. Good, it's going to work. Maybe. Yeah, it's going to work. Meaning it's got a collision on it, so the back truck senses it and it will stop. So that means I can trade some of my other Load Kings off. Yeah, now have another viable option. Because there are some trailers out there that are good trailers, like the Tempties. I like the Tempties that we got last Christmas or whatever. Not that I'm a diehard Tempty guy. I wish we actually had some merits for grain trailers. There's a lot of farmers that use merits because they're a good trailer and they're economical. Yes, they're not a smooth side. They're not fancy. But to beat around going in and out of a field, they are plenty good enough trailers. Because Tempties are a pretty expensive trailer. The prestige of a Tempty, you know. Well, you would think, but you have to stop and think about this a minute. Rank. There are a lot of modders that have no clue about real life farming. They have no clue about an adapter for earlage or buying a corn head and putting an adapter on it to do earlage, which people is a viable thing. It's done. One of the bigger feedlots around here, they do earlage all the time. To me, I'm not good enough in animal science to know what the hell the benefits of earlage is as opposed to ensilage, doing the whole damn plant as opposed to doing just ear. You know, I guess I don't know. I'm sure that there's an advantage or people wouldn't do it. It has something to do, I'm sure, a lot to do with the viability of what you get when you feed it. You know, as far as proteins and vitamins and that kind of shit. But as I was getting at, you got a lot of these guys that, yeah, they throw out mods. You know, like Sid, for an example. Do you think that guy's ran a combine a day in his life to eat to really know some of the things that people are telling him? I don't think he probably has. As far as I know, Sid is not a farmer, not from a farm family, as far as I know, from what I understand. You know, 82 Studios. Hence the reason why you don't see too many true farm mods from him. He's never farmed a day in his life. I mean, where's that guy from? Spain? Somewhere over there? And I don't particularly care for his mods, but the nice thing is at least he's giving people some options for vehicles that play on platforms or consoles. But either way, that's what I'm getting at. There's some of these modders that have no fucking clue about the actual equipment and actually what the farmers do. They look at pictures, watch videos, get some feedback. And there's Sid makes pretty good combine, mods. Most of his mods are pretty good. I just wish he quit fucking around and get the goddamn gleaner done. It's been a year now. It's time to get it fucking done. Instead of fucking around these stupid trailer things that he's all of a sudden working on. But anyhow, that's my biggest thing that you have to stop and think about there for a minute. I mean, is it less annoying? No, it's not. It's just some of these guys have no clue. I'm sure it doesn't. Because the attacher points between a combine feeder house and a feeder house on a chopper or forage harvester, I guess is the correct terminology for it, are not the same at all. So I'm sure that it's different. It's not the same. So it probably looks goofy. That's just kind of like, my God, the guy's doing the jitterbug there. I need to go up there and see who he's got in the buddy seat with him, man. That combine's doing things it shouldn't be doing. Must have that big boot blonde with him. Anyway, yeah, I'm jealous. Anyhow, anyhow, but that's like loaders and buckets. There's some of them that don't match up for shit. Your boss? Go on a rant when you play multiplayer. Your boss plays Farming Sim? Frank? Were you going to run into that other one? Oh, shit. See what I mean? And the dumb thing is because he thinks he's got to go, you can't. Oh, that's all right. That allows me to. I see, like, here's a spot where you can't use. Man, fucking dumbass. You can't use last waypoint. And that's the dumb thing about courseplay that pisses me off. So the reason why that happened right there is because it goes by splines, basically, in a sense. So I bring up the green one now to figure out where my line's at, and this is the center one. So I want to line up over here, because if you don't do it right and you do nearest, it also take off and go around the fucking outside when you don't want it to. So you want to make sure you're right in here. You're gonna go where you need to go. Okay. So, but the reason why he did this is because he's following the same path that he followed when he did the headland. So instead of going over out here because there's somebody in the way, we're going to wait until we run right into him and go, uh-oh. There's somebody in the way. And course play isn't smart enough to back up and get the fuck out of the way to let the next guy through there. So it's the one thing you got. So you play bigger maps, so you can play bigger shit and all that other. So you instead of running around and doing it with GPS myself, then you become what they call a course play manager. That's all I do when I play is I'm a course play manager. So you can fix stupid shit like that. It happens. That's part of fucking course play. And we got to get him up here so he's close enough so he sees the right nearest waypoint. Because if you're too far back here, he'll want to take off and go around the goddamn headland again because that's the nearest waypoint. And like here, you can't use last because, anyway. I was wanting to whip around and kind of top this off because I was going to get that other truck going down the road. One of them deals where we don't really need two trucks, but you kind of need that one truck type thing. Oh, well, see, that's cool. It's amazing how many people, and Rabbit Rob was talking about this last night, that play farm sim that are actual farmers. And like I told Rob, I told him, I said, well, you know the real reason for that? He goes, well, why? And I go, well, that's because when you play farm sim, the banker never tells you no. That's why us guys that farm in real life play farm sim. So we can play with all the cool shit in the game that we don't get to play with for real because we can't afford it. So these guys are about done. Probably wouldn't have had to have 3 combines over here, but whatever. Perfect time for a... Come on, get up there. Get up there. Get over. You're getting a little close there, buddy. And by the time I get him empty, that other back one's going to be full. Going on 5 after 4. Wow, where the hell did the time go? I don't feel like I've got much done, but 2 hours into the stream. On a chilly Sunday afternoon. It's now 7 degrees out. At least it warmed up. My heaters aren't going non-stop like they were doing earlier today or last night. Oh. I thought I'd had more done by now, but oh no. Got all kinds of shit going on. Doing contracts instead of doing my own. I still haven't decided what I'm going to do for fall tillage. Like that field I just took soybeans off of my own by the main farm. Yeah, I know you need to be unloaded. I gotta move my spout up because I put them taller stacks on here and probably shouldn't have. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad that, because I had not tested that with that Wilson yet to see if it had good enough collisions on it that it was going to work with auto drive. I'm happy to see that because I like that trailer. Well, we were up to 6. Now we're down to 3. So where's Keith? I ain't seen Keith, and I ain't seen some of these other guys for a little bit. Now where's Hoonigan? I ain't seen Hoonigan either. Or Ninja. Trio take off on me. He was in here for a little bit. Ninja. Then again, if hey Rank, is he streaming ATS? He said he was gonna stream ATS today. Wonder if like Keith and those guys are. I know Keith was actually playing with him last night in Farm Sim, so he could be, if he's streaming ATS, Keith could be over there with actually driving. William, hello William. How's William? You haven't gotten a go vacation yet? Okay. That's good to hear, William. Welcome to the stream and the menagerie of fighting with horseplay. I haven't really ranted much today. Had a few disgruntled things I've talked about, but not necessarily a rant, a full-blown rant. Well, William, I will tell you, like I've told anybody that has asked, so far, we do have 2 people that are welcome to come play on the server here. We have 2 slots open right now. Might be 3 if my cousin don't pull his head out of his butt. But you're more than welcome to put an application in, and by that I mean, and I don't have, none of my goddamn moderators are on. Keith's not on, Hoonigan's not on, Ninja's not on. But I have a Discord channel, and go to my Discord channel, and either in the general chat or the Farm Sim 22 discussion chat section of it, just leave us a little bit of an application type thing. Just say, hi, this is William. I talked to you the other day on the stream. I'm interested in playing on the server with you. I'm this old. This is kind of, just give us a little bit of who you are, what you like to do. And I don't care if you're 12, and I don't care if you're 55. Anybody's welcome. I don't care if you're blue, black, green, or brown. I don't care if you like International. I don't care if you like Internet Case IH. I don't care if you like Challenger. Fent, now we might have a problem there. I don't know. No, I'm just joking. If you like Fent, I don't care. Brands don't matter. We try to, if there's certain things that you want on the server, we'll try to work with you. That kind of stuff. But anyway, just a little background, and Morris and I are going to, if we don't get hardly anybody that, so far, ain't gotten a single frickin' person to give us a little application. They've just had a couple people say that they wanted to. Well, if you're not willing to go through that process, because we want to make sure that, just a little application thing. That way we can go through it and get an idea, because I am not saying you're a bad person. I don't know you. It's the second time I've seen you in here. So just want to make sure you're going to be a fit. And then the other thing is this is not a cross-platform server. This is a PC only. So you have to have a PC. So you can play PC mods. The other thing is you have to be a subscriber to my channel, and of course you have to be a subscriber to the Discord, so you can get the mods. So it's going to be a two people thing. We're going to have two people. They have to be subscribers, but they don't have to be paying subscribers like they do on some of the other channels. Now that might change if I ever get bigger. And if that happens, what'll happen will be probably like Kadurk does, paying memberships, but it'll be a membership. It'll be a server gotten for just the members type thing. So that's my answer to your can you please play with me? Yes, you're more than welcome. You just have to go through the process. And the way things have been going this week, I'd really wish we'd get. This is what, the third stream that I've talked about adding some players. I wish the hell we'd gotten some players added by now. Because we got more than enough room on the map for a couple more players to add farm ground. See, Morris's farm ground's in the red, pinkish red. My cousin Tyler's farm ground's in the green, and mine's in the purplish blue here. So there's plenty of room to add a couple farmers to play. They can start building their farm ground, and there's still enough left over for people to do like I'm doing right now, contracts to fill in to help build your farm, not capital, because capital is a hard asset, meaning capital is ground and equipment. So you can add liquid assets, which is cash, money, grain. So that's what the contracts do. They add liquid assets to your account, gives you money to buy hard assets. Also, when you're doing harvesting contracts, you get to have, when you're done hauling, there's a certain amount of it you can keep for yourself, so you can put it in your own grain bin. So that's considered the liquid asset, not just the hard asset. So did I lose William again already? Not only that, if you're willing to go through the process of giving us a little bit of an application, that shows that there's more to the whole. Shows me that you really want to play. It's not just you're going to jump on and play. That's called an initiative on your part. And I'm not sure if my Discord link in my YouTube's working or not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. And there's been times I've redone it and the damn thing don't work. So seems to always work when a moderator adds it in chat. I don't have any of my fucking moderators on right now to do that. So what I can do is give me a minute here. I'll get this truck unloaded. And those combines are on their last pass. Because I don't have any moderators on, I'll try to see if I can remember how to get the goddamn Discord link and put it in chat. Oh, I'm so happy that trailer's working. The only thing I don't understand is when you use auto drive. Why auto drive, like on, flashing lights and stuff? It folds them in, and like that case, it's got a tag axle on that 53-foot Wilson. Or 50-foot. 53-foot, I think. 50-foot, whatever. But it always raises it when it's full. It's like, you stupid auto drive, that's what it needs to be down when it's full. Alright, so Bear with me here a minute, guys. I'm going to tab out of Farm Sim and go into my YouTube. Go to my live. Mute. Go to my chat. Discord. No, I want Discord. And I gotta remember. I gotta remember where the hell my server. Where to get the goddamn server link so I can add it. This is why I have moderators do this, because I can't fucking remember. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to user manage server template. No. Overview. Where's my goddamn channel fucking thing at? Escape. So invite people. There's my Discord link. Copy. I learn something new every day. Go over to chat. Paste. Enter. There is a link to my Discord. So you can find my Discord and become a member of Discord. And then, while I'm here, I also should be a nice guy. Means I'm already here. Where's it at? Wow. I really wish that they would alphabetize your subscribers that you're subscribed to. I have this many freaking subscribers for my Neal channel? Or is this just going by everything? Oh, I know why. Because I need to switch back to this other account. That's why. There. There's my Discord link. And Rabbit Rob. Yeah, Mr. Farquhar is the only thing that looks to me like that's streaming right now. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There's Ninja. Pleasant View, Dirt Farmer, DJ's Club. Oh, bullshit. Where you at, Rank? Where you at? Rusty, Kurt, Kobe, Kate, Rabbit Rob, Larson's, Hodge. Oh, come on. I know I frickin'... I didn't? Oh, bullshit. I could have swore to God that I subscribed to you. Really? Oh, sorry about that, Rank. I thought I had. There, you got another subscriber. Maybe I subscribed under the Neals part instead of or my actual personal. So, you only have shorts on your YouTube channel? I thought you had more than that, Rank. Yeah, whatever. There. Anybody that's watching that's not subscribed to Rank, go do so. Now I need it back here to get back to farming. As I see it's getting dark and it's getting dark in my room. Oh no. Actually, I might have to take me a 5-minute pee break here in a second. Means I've been drinking coffee. Made a fresh pot when I started. Go up here and get these combines all emptied out. And I should be able to deliver this to my grain bin. Especially when I go around and I clean up the corners. I suppose I should be doing square corners that way. Or I gotta take part of the crop. Come here. Doo-doo-doo. We will run you over here because there's a good chance there's a harvest contract for this field, even though it's a little bit smaller, and we probably just as well do this field. Since we're here, what field is that? 171? Holy shit, that field's a lot bigger. No way. Don't look bigger. Huh. Looks bigger on the mini map than it does the real life. In real life, this other one. Yeah, anyway. 171. Let's see. 171. By God, there she be. 42,000. That'll be alright. Oh. So, I can fix that quick. Oh, the boys got done doing the plowing contract. Didn't take them long to get that 2 plows to get done, did they? That was pretty quick. $200,000. Collect. Now, 168. I don't want to collect that yet. I'll show you why. Son of a bitch. I didn't want to collect that yet. So much for... Oh, well. I didn't want to collect that yet because I was going to take the last combine and I was going to run around and I was going to combine all the corners that we left behind. Oh, well. It's all right. We can just get started sooner on the other field that way, I guess. But by collecting it, I know for sure every kernel of soybeans I got left, I can go back to my grain bin. Hey, welcome to the stream, Matt. I think you're a new viewer. And if you like what you see, please, I would really appreciate it if I could use all the subscribers I can handle. I am a low man on the totem pole of this YouTube venture. Anyway, like and subscribe if you would like, and if not, then that's okay too. As far as this map, it has a few hiccups, and you'll see those a little, but it's not horrible. And that's any map you get on a multiplayer server, you're going to have some hiccups, and some are worse than others. One of the things I do like about this map is it's not a huge file size. So it runs okay. Now, there are some things that would optimize this map a little bit more and make it a little bit better. The problem with that is um, the creator of this map he quit. He ain't. I mean, I don't know if he quit updating this map, and it probably wouldn't hurt to have a few more updates, but it runs the last version that he put out. It runs fairly smooth. And what might make this map any more quirkier than any other, it sometimes is our own fault because we're running more mods and stuff, script mods and that kind of stuff. But this is one of my favorite maps as far as I like how it's laid out. I wish it wasn't quite as flat as it is. I mean, I'm assuming this is supposed to be based on a realistic area to a certain extent, I think. So, I mean, it's not flat like some places in Canada and some places in Montana and North Dakota and Kansas. I mean, like here we got a little hill here. It's not exactly flat, but my point is I can see that when wind charged me, I'll clear the hell over there, and I can turn around. I mean, if I get out, right? He's standing on the ground. I can see those. I can make a pan view, and I can see, I can see a long ways. But this map came out fairly early, and it is a map that runs, as far as big maps goes, it runs fairly smooth. It runs smoother than like the North Dakota map, because it never got all the way finished either. The guy gave up on it, and that was just a convert. Spring Creek, Canada map, the Morris Spring Creek map that Camille, was it Camille that put that out? That map is a big map that runs fairly smooth. And I don't mind it, but I just don't play on it. I've got a single player, but I don't play on it. There's something about this map that I like. I'm not sure there, Matt. Really? See, no, I'd have never thought that Michigan was that flat. For some reason, you'd think that it wasn't that flat. I don't know. I guess I think of Michigan and over there by the Great Lakes or whatever. I think it shouldn't be that flat, and I wouldn't think there'd be this much open area there. But I guess I shouldn't say because I've never been there to know. But I like the map. And here, I can tell you real quick what the file size is on the map. And I don't think I've edited. The edits I've done on this map was real minimal. I think I went in and changed the price point on the farmlands because uh, maps are defaulted to $60,000 per hectare, and that is a ridiculous amount. Even some of that god awful crazy shit that they're selling in Iowa isn't that much. All right, come on, where you at? Huron, Huron, Huron. Where? Huron, Huron County, Michigan. It is only 400,000 kilobytes, so it's less than a half a gigabyte. And for a 16x map, that's pretty good. Hence is the reason why it plays okay on the server, and part of the reason why we put it on a server. In 19 and 17, it sucked to get bigger maps on servers because they were 1.5 to 1.6 to 2 gigs for the file size for those maps back then. People have gotten a lot better at optimizing files. So maps have gotten a lot smaller for the files than what they used to be. And then also where you can take the placeables and have to add them as a buildable mode instead of built into the map like they used to have to be. Although this one's got plenty of built-in stuff. But you have a file size limit on how big a file can be for being on a server to upload it to the server. You can have, you can put 25 gigabytes of hard space on your server and pay for that, but you still have a file size per file limit. And it used to be like 1.2 gigs. So back in 19 and definitely 17, you had a hell of a time getting a bigger map on there sometimes because there was a lot of them that was bigger than that. That's one of the nice things about this map being a 16x, being a smaller file size. Yep, and part of the reason that the Heaton County map is bigger is because all the stuff they got going on in that map. When you start changing fruits, this one doesn't have any added fruits. That's probably one drawback of it. You start doing that kind of stuff, then maps get bigger because you got to have, you know, another texture file, another fill plane, another all that kind of stuff for that fill types and all that kind of shit. And it adds to the sell point. So maps naturally get bigger the more you do to them. I wish that this map had, there again, I'm not sure what all is raised in Michigan, but I wish it had some more things. I wish it had uh, get it spit out alfalfa. That's a common one to add. I don't know why the goddamn hell Giants still absolutely refuses to give alfalfa to us as an in-game. We've been asking for that since 13, if not probably longer, and we get grapes and olives instead. You know what I mean there? I mean, come on. Or we get a platinum DLC and gives us carrots, beets, and turnips. Who the fuck cares? See, what I just said? This is the reason why I'll probably never be a Giants partner. But, lentils, peas, edible beans, some of that kind of stuff I'd like to see. I mean, I don't know. This map would be. I wish it had a couple added fruit types like that, because you're not going to grow grapes and olives in Michigan. You're not going to grow cotton in Michigan, even though it's growing up here, and it's and sugarcane for damn sure. Um, I like it when map makers make the crops to the area. Although I've made a hell of a lot of money on cotton in Michigan. That is a trick that I will tell anybody. You want to make money? Get a cotton harvester and do. I mean, even if you don't necessarily plant it and raise it yourself, lease the son of a bitch and do some cotton harvest contracts. You make good money on cotton. Alrighty, let's create a job for this. We are far enough in. Okay, open and close, and we should be able to one headland, 3 tools. Start on the headlands. We'll go sharp this time. Clockwise, 5%. And we're going to do lands. And let's see how 3 looks on this one, because it's a little bit different. And generate field work course. Close. Zoom in here. What do we look like? Other than this spot right here, I think we look okay. I don't know. Let's go back to 2. That's, if you do 2, that's 6. That's still 6 passes per land. That's plenty. Yeah, let's try that. There we go. Close. Yep, that looks even a little better. Yeah, that looks better. Copy. Left 1. First waypoint. Copy. Now. Good. Center. First waypoint. Copy. Right 1. First waypoint. Now we can go back over to the first guy and send him on his merry way. Get to harvesting soybeans. Now that we went a couple feet, I'll change this to nearest. Closed. And you're done too, huh? Cool. First waypoint, center, start. Yeah, oats isn't even here. Anywhere, oats isn't the big cash crop that oats used to be. Every farmer used to raise oats because oats are easy to raise. I mean, they're pretty generous as far as they take weather fairly okay. Most oats that you see around here is more of a filler if we get a devastating get hailed out like we did this year on a couple of our fields. Some of the guys that plant oats then know you're not going to be able to bring it to full crop to harvest the oats per se for the oats seed or to feed the oats. Oats are awesome feed for horses. We used to feed oats to our horses all the time when I was on the ranch, and horses love oats. But anyhow, but at least with oats, you can, you get hailed out in July, you can plant oats around here. They'll still get fairly tall, and then come September, you can make make oat hay, swath it and bale it, and at least you got something out there to cover that ground for the winter time. You got some organic matter that's not weeds. What the boss was going to do that he decided not to do, which I thought was stupid. We were going to we guys are going to plant winter wheat. Just follow the ground and then plant winter wheat. And I thought that was but he didn't. Instead, we just followed it. I can make more money on corn is what I would keep hearing. Yeah, cantankerous goddamn sugar beets. We got a shitload of sugar beets around here too. And I know a lot of farmers around here that if it wasn't set up into a mafia co-op, best way to put it. It's a co-op, but they're fucking mafia basically. They tell you when you can harvest and when you can't harvest, and they've changed it to where you just harvest because you just need to harvest. Now they got set up on fucking schedules and all. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. And then on top of all of that, if you want, you can't get out of it. You buy the contracts for, or the not contracts, buy the, what the hell do they call that when you have a corporation and you buy shares. When you buy the beet shares, you're stuck. You either got to find another farmer to buy them shares from you and farm it from you, or they fucking they fine you and make you pay for it. And there's been I don't know how many goddamn years. Oh, and they split the payments into. You know, you get 3 checks a year or something like that, and then also, I don't know how many times a lot of the farmers around here didn't get their last 2 checks. They got their first one, and then after that, they ever did see their last ones. So it's like, why the fuck do I want to raise a crop that you're gonna tell me how to do every goddamn thing? I mean, from the harvesting it and the planting it and all that, and I mean it. They get downright pissy with you when they tell you it's your turn to fucking harvest, go harvest, and you're like, fuck you, I ain't gonna harvest today. I'm fucking in the middle of harvesting corn. No, that's your turn. You have to. So on top of that part of it, and then I know some farmers that passed away and their widows are scrambling to try to figure out what the hell, they're not going to fucking farm if they don't have kids to take over the farm. But yet they turn around and they have to. They got to find somebody to rent them acres or them beet share acres, and it's a fucking that's why I say mafia co-op. And our boss that I worked for and a foreman for, he got out of sugar beets in. It was either the really late 90s or the very early early. And you need to go back to my grain bin and go ahead and go unload it, buddy. So he got out of it about the time that the co-op changed and they went broke, whatever it was, and they changed the co-op, got changed all around, and so he's so glad that he got out of it when he did, because now you just can't. It's a bitch. I don't know how they do it. So we got guys around here farming sugar beets that wish to fucking God they could get out of it, but can't. I have edited all the auto drive courses on this, Matt. I don't remember where I downloaded it, but you can download an auto drive course for this. And if you wanted, I could also get you an auto drive course for this map through my Mega. I could send you a link through my Mega account, maybe. If you scroll up on the chat, you'll see where I put a Discord link in. You can get on my Discord. Oh, I'm not sure where to tell you. I like, and I know it's a third-party mod site, but some people get way too Twitter-pated about third-party mod sites. I mean, I go there and I download mods, and yes, there's sometimes it's a fucking leaked mod, but what the hell? This is not a leaked mod. It's not on Mod Hub per se, as far as the in-game Mod Hub. The best one I would go to. It might be on King Mods. You have to be a member at King Mods in order to download stuff there. So that's a good mod, a third-party mod site. But FS22.com isn't bad. I used to do Mod Hub, But it's gotten so goddamn bad with fucking ads that you about can't stand to navigate that fucking mod site anymore. Modland's okay. Just have to remember that anything you get off of Modland when you download it is to delete the Modland part off of the zip file, because they like to put the same name and then they put Modland behind it. But FS22.com is not a bad third-party site as far as downloading stuff, because it's a direct download. They don't send you to shared mods and all that other bullshit. 99% of the times it's a direct download from their site. That's the other thing I like about them. They don't have as many ads, and I haven't had near the problem with when you click on the son of a bitch to go to somewhere taking you to some other bullshit spamware crap. And the other thing I like about FS22 mods is there's times that they're a little slow sometimes updating on some of the mods, but what I do like about them is if it's like auto drive or course play, it shows you can click on it and it gives you there's a little drop down box you can click on and it shows you all this version, this is what they updated, this version is what they updated, that version is what they updated. So that's the one I would recommend, fs22.com. And it should give you the latest version. Let me look quick here. I know I need to be getting my trucks going, but I'll look. Let me look quick, and I'll give you the mod disk for the latest version of that of Huron. The latest version is 1.104. That's the newest version. That should be the newest version of the map. You bet, Matt. And then, of course, there's always you know, you can get it from downloading it off our server because you want to come play with me. Yes, I would. We got 2 openings for the server, and I've been trying like hell to get some people to come play. And that William, he's like begging to play. It's like, well, go through what I told you needed to do. Go to my Discord. Give me a little background about yourself, a little application type thing in general chat or FS22 discussion, and Morris and I'll look at it. And if there's a lot of people that's going to give us applications, then him and I'll sit down and have a conversation about it, and then we'll maybe invite you into Discord and have a live interview type thing with you. But it doesn't look like we're going to get that many people that apply, so it might be just one of them things of just tell me who you are, how old you are, what you like to do, just a little bit about yourself type thing, because yes, I'm going to screen who's going to be on here. We're not just going to let anybody be on here, even though I am begging for someone to come on. We need 2 people to get on here. Just, it would make it so much funner to play. I don't give a shit if you're an old fart or not, Matt. I'm 49. That makes me a young old fart. Well, you don't need to be telling me if you're interested in playing on a server. Go ahead and tell me all that stuff. Put it like I asked, please. Not saying you can't put it in here as far as a discussion and getting to know each other type thing. That's fine too. But and there again, the only requirements are, as of right now, just be a subscriber to the channel. You don't have to be, because I don't have paid subscribers right yet because I'm not monetized. So I need to get this other combine unloaded here, and I need to get back to my truck so I can change where they're supposed to unload. I'm 49. I'm somewhat of a skilled tradesman. I have a diesel mechanics degree. I have a signalman's degree for railroading. I did that for a while. But I've always grown up in a rural setting. And I grew up most of my younger years on a cattle ranch in the Sandhills of Nebraska. So I've always been something to do with rural and agriculture of some sort. Mom and Dad got divorced when I was 10. That's when farming got into my bloods because we moved away from the Sandhills, moved over to the Panhandle part of Nebraska where there's a lot more farming. Well, there is farming, period. Because you don't. I mean, there's ranches over here, but there's not ranches like in the Sandhills where that's all it is as a ranch, cattle ranch. I mean, there's. Now I got to decide here. I just went past probably. What do we have for 71? Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that here quick. But let's get. Let's shut it off. And I need to go find out. Oh. But anyway, I've always been around farming, so. But I also have been a tradesman. Like I said, I've been a diesel mechanic and went to school for that and pulled wrenches for a while. All right, where are you selling this? Crooked Creek. Crooked Creek Cooperative Sell Point. Okay. Hope the hell that one's one of them. We got one that hasn't been working very good that I added. Crooked Creek. Crooked Creek. There you go. Alrighty. Pull this up here just as well. Just as well. Edit. 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 Okay. Alt. Oh, you dirty, rotten son of a bitch. I hate it when it fucking does that. No. You are on field 171. Can't you see that, you stupid ass thing? That's what I should have done to delete it. Oops. Whoa. Alright. These things. Come on. Delete, you son of a bitch. Why the fuck aren't you wanting to... Jesus Christ. Sometimes shit just doesn't want to work with you like it should. Alright, let's pull up here. And hit the record button. We'll record. Just keep driving. Stop recording. And I guess we can shove you over there, go there to there. Yeah, Matt, that'd be fun. Like I said, just go into my Discord if you're interested in playing on their server, which, like I said, I've been trying to get some people interested to play. We want to add people, so just direct message in my Discord, in Neals Farming and Gaming Discord, to either put it in the general chat or there's a farm sim discussion. I don't like that. I don't know if I like that either. What about that one? That one's better. So yeah, you can put it either way. I don't know whether it's a general chat or farm sim discussion chat, where we get it. Just it don't have to be anything like you're applying for an FBI position or a fucking just hey, I'm Matt. You watched your stream the other night. I heard you were wanting to add a couple people to your server to play. I'm interested in playing with you guys, and this is a little bit about me, and let me know type thing, and we'll get back to you. Okay. So now I need to scroll right here with field 171. Remember, when you're adding a point, the red line's got to be up here, because if you want it in here and it's back there, it's going to name this point, not this point. And to name a point, you get a red line to your point, and then you click this here, and then you have to make sure you got it in edit mode, which is the triangle, and you click the point with the plus sign by it. And we're adding field 171. And now I can change this guy to field. Oh, it's not in there. Whoever made this course play, I think, was German, because see how it says Felder instead of field? There's some stuff on here that directly makes sense, and there's some things on here you go, what the fuck is that? Like cornflax fabric? And I have yet to figure out how to edit the names of the folders. Anyway, it went into default, which I need to go in, and that's something I need to take some time to, and take, when you make a new stuff, it all goes, anything new goes into the default folder. So you can see, like I got field 171, which is what I want, but you can see we got cart weight, cart unload, mother bin. We got some stuff I need to get out of here. It needs to go into, well, we have a cart course folder for carts, and then we also have mother bin points that we need to, mother bin stuff we need to get added to where they're supposed to be. So, field 177, 171, soybeans. Get out of the edit mode. I don't know whether he'll pull up a little bit or if he'll actually, he'll make the full circle. I know. I'm farting around here trying to, there it is. And the same thing with you. You need to go to Crooked Creek cell point, and we need field 171. And then that kind of sucks too, because you got when you got other players playing and they're adding all this stuff too, you'll get one that, you know, like mother bin, put it together, grain cart, you know, put it together. Not like here, they didn't put no spaces. Mother bin, truck unload. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, but it changes it, the alphabetized and anyhow. But either way, I still need to get that all changed around. I added those. So field. Didn't I click on fucking 171? Or is in there stupid there? What do you mean you can't reach 171? The fuck you can't reach 171? Why can't you reach 171, you shitting thing? I know why. See? Perfect example. Right here, this is what happens, Rank. This is what I was trying to tell you the other day. See how it kept telling me it won't reach, it can't reach, there's no way? And what did I tell you when it happens, when that usually happens? So what happened was, see? You can see, right? I started recording, and I finished recording, and I didn't come back and connect the two lines. So now I connect the two lines, boop, and I'll bet I go back over here to this truck and I hit go to 171, it won't give me that, oh, it can't go there. BS. Field 171, boom. Now it's going to go on up over here. There, a prime example of when something doesn't work. 90% of the time when it doesn't work on auto drive, it's because you didn't connect it to the beginning or the end of a full loop. I'm not sure what the hell that other truck's doing, but he's going somewhere. Why are you going to Crooked Creek? Cell point. Oh! Well, he went to Neal Farms grain point being load point. He loaded up some soybeans, and now he's taking it to Crooked Creek cell point. No. Sorry. So this is when you really got to be on top of your game. I'd have been going, why the hell am I getting money? I don't want to sell my beans now. Now is one of the worst times of the freaking year to sell soybeans. Default. Try to teach you one thing, and you got to show you something else. What happens when you click the wrong goddamn button? All right, now you go back, will you please, and put that back in my bin. Unload. Go unload that. And then when you're back, I'll know you're back, and then I'll change it. Hopefully remember to get you changed over to change to selling it. Oh boy. Okay. Anyway, all the trials and tribulations. You see, when you're watching me, you'll get to learn all the crap that happens, especially between course play and auto drive, because I use it. I'm a firm believer in it, and I love it when it works like it's supposed to. When it don't work like it's supposed to, well, that's, I'm sure you've heard me cuss. Come on, spout. Heard me cuss plenty. Better make sure. Field 171, Crooked Creek Co-op sell point. Better make sure. Because he'll take it to the wrong place, then you're stuck trying to make up the difference. Harvest soybeans 171, take product to Crooked Creek Co-op sell point. All right. Now, can I get squeezed through here? Well, I tell you what, Michigan's horrible about mowing along the roadsides. Yeah, I worked for the railroad for about 7 years, and I was a signalman. I was in a signal department, and I ended up being a maintainer at the end, and then I got screwed and got fired. So my combine guy over there is probably fit to be tied. Be like my boss who I work for. He don't run the combine anymore like he used to, but it's funny. He'd wait about 5 minutes for the grain cart, and he'd be sitting there in about 5 minutes, about all the more he had for patience. And then he'd start kind of rocking in his seat. And he'd kind of look in the mirror, and he'd kind of look out the cab. Then he'd be grabbing his hat and readjusting his hat every now and then, and about 10 minutes of that, you get about 10 minutes into that, and then he'd be looking in his mirror, and he'd be really rocking in his seat. And about that time, the old hat, he'd grab that hat and fling that son of a bitch against the front window, and whip the door open on the old cab, and out on the platform he'd go, and he'd be looking around, where the goddamn hell's that grain cart? He getting he was funny. He would be on your butt if you were, and there's times he'd break down or trucks weren't back, but it was funny when you'd sitting there in the other combine watching him. And we don't use radios like we probably should. I don't know why they never. Them guys have never used radios ever. I don't know if they didn't like the squawking thing or whatever. But, and then of course you got the knothead. You're trying to combine, and inevitably I'm either turning around by the road by a goddamn power pole or a tree, and then here comes the boss's son trying to call me on the fucking phone. And it's like, you son of a. I swear to God, there's times sometimes he's in a pickup over there or at the shop with binoculars going, wait, he's by a tree. I'm going to call him right now. But, I don't know, Murphy's Law or whatever, but Jesus. There's a lot of times he calls at the most inopportune times. And it don't matter whether I'm planting or I'm in a combine. Or, be planting and you move the pivot out away from the edge of the field so you can plant behind the pivot. You're at the last tower between the pivot point and and you really got to watch how far in there he'll call. It's like, Jesus Christ. Alrighty, I'm going to get these last two combines unloaded, and then I've got to take me a wee break. Because I got coffee run through me. It's telling me you need to get rid of me. You filtered the caffeine out of me. You need to get rid of me. Oh, can't you just fucking sit there and wait? The other guy's doing his corner, you dumbass. You're gonna run me in the back of him? Ah! I tell you, you get your shit and ass ran into, dumbass. Maybe I ought to bump up the frickin' distance some more. To like 350 feet instead of just 300. Hey, CS Benji, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. And swung around here. Can I get this guy somewhat unloaded? before he runs me into the back of this guy. Cool. I can get a lot of it unloaded before he takes off, I think. Alrighty. Come on ahead. There we go. Go 76%. I'll go get that one truck going. And then I'm going to go to the rest of them. Hopefully, we got enough combines ahead enough from everything, and we don't have a big catastrophe while I'm going to the restroom. Good to hear, CS. So, CS, is your real name Benji? I don't know. I can call you CS, or I can call you CS Benji, but some of these guys put these names in here, and it's like, oh, I just shouldn't call you by your name for once I know who you really are, if that's okay. But I also know some guys don't want their names mentioned. So. I wonder where all my guys are at tonight. Where the hell is Ninja? Where's Hoonigan? I haven't seen Hodge in a while. I think he made a brief appearance at. I wasn't hardly anybody streaming this afternoon. I figured I'd catch some of my people that. Yeah, whatever. And Keith frickin' knew that I was supposed to be streaming this afternoon. Rabbit Rob knew I was going to stream this afternoon. Oh well. Everybody's got lives. Everybody's got stuff to do. So, get you going. Hurry up. I gotta pee. Benji is your dog. Oh, cool. A lot of dogs named Benji. What kind of dog you got? Or is it a real woof woof dog, or is it a yap yap dog? So, where the hell is Crooked Creek? Should be flashing or have the exclamation mark by it. Crooked Creek. Where are you? This one over here is GSI. There's Crooked Creek. That one works. All right. Alright, I need to go to the restroom, but I also need to make sure this guy takes this to Crooked Creek and not mine. Alright. Brindle Pitbull. Yeah, that's a woof woof dog, alright. Alright, I'll be right back. I have got to go to the restroom. Oh, okay. Alrighty, everybody. I'm returned from the restroom. I did not fall in. His picture is my logo. Okay. Well, on my cell phone, it's really small. I'll have to look later on a replay, Benji, or CS. I am not a huge pit bull fan, but I'll damn sure rather have a pit bull than a kick me dog like a yucky, yappy frickin' chihuahua. Ugh. Okay. Alright, see, that's what that vehicle running costs are. And I suppose we got 2 combines that are fucking... Really? Sons of bitches. No, that's not exactly the one I wanted. Ah! Fucking courseplay. This is what I mean when a fucking shit ain't working. The fuck are you going? Cocksucker. So, was in the wrong motherfucker. That's what I mean by when you're play with courseplay, you're a manager. And which one is that? 2 or 1? 1. Three. So this is the center. And bring you up. So after this time, they shouldn't be... That's the one thing that sucks about odd sizes sometimes in courseplay, but it's when they go to... They do stupid shit like that. And they won't sense each other and get out of the way. I mean, if that would have been the grain cart, he would have eventually probably backed up and got out of the way. But the grain cart's also running on auto drive. It's not running on... If I had him running out here. So that's what I'm talking about. When I get to playing like this, most of the time I'm not really playing. I'm just managing. So you're going to go to your last waypoint? Probably not. No, I don't want to do that. Forget it. Stop. It's just easier if I take you over here. So I'm a farm manager. I manage courseplay. No, asshole. You need to be here. not fucking inrows. Should have been far enough. There. Oh, now they'll screw up over here probably. Oh, he's made it back. What's my contract look like? Is it actually showing progress? Oh, cool. Well, after that fix up, everything should be working copacetic, I hope. Charles is your real name. All right, I'll try to remember that. Charles. Where are you from? I don't know if I've ever. I know you've been in here more than once. I don't know if I've ever truly asked you where you were from, Charles. Normally I wouldn't do that, but I guess. That's also part of why I don't play with crop destruction. Yes, I know it's more realistic, but most of the time it just annoys me. Because I've also had problems when you're playing crop destruction or whatever, because we played with crop destruction on Turk server most of the time. But I've had times when you were supposed to be spraying something and there was something that was something went goofy and you go drive in your field and it's killing shit and you're like, I'm supposed to be spraying, it shouldn't be killing it. Hello? Where'd my message go? All right, Matt. Thanks, buddy. Originally from Pennsylvania, retired in Georgia. Cool. You're down there where it's humid and hot. Retired, huh? So I'm going to assume that you're an older gentleman there, Charles. Charles. Forget my head of one attached. Alright. Kind of discontent are these guys up to? Whoa! Oh, my fucking brakes on, you son of a bitch. I know I've worked on the brakes on this. Oh, goody. Why the fucking hell it kept running past? Ready? Got him out of the way. I don't want to. Hopefully got enough out of that other one. He'll make it all the way through. Hopefully. Yeah, he should make it all the way through. And this guy's getting pretty full. Oh shit, I know what I forgot to do. Huh. I know what I forgot to do. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I wanted to do. I want to come up here. And we're on 171. So I want to go tilty. Come on. Jesus Christ, why is shit so slow? Guess the internet's froze too. PF uncover field 171. Enter. PF, oops, don't capitalize. PF prepare field 171. Okay. Well, for a 5:30 on a Sunday evening, there ain't very many people in here. I'm surprised. Kind of another slow day. Oh well. My little old channel, I guess that should be expected when I don't have that many subscribers. Shit. Yeah, the knothead that wouldn't let screwed up the timing on the in. Of course he's not done. He's full. I'll go up here and get him. Get him emptied. And then we'll go top off that truck, get him going. Beans appear to be yielding fairly good. Well, I haven't been in a combine long enough to see what the yields are. Well, not quite full. And here we go. Appears I need to catch up on my stream. Dump her off in here and we'll go on to the next one. Looks like that one combine's going to be full. $68. Cool. Always like seeing older gentlemen or people when they're watching farm sim on YouTube or playing it. Also, it always intrigues me. I always think it's cool when older. And I'm not saying I'm a young sprite by any means because I'm not. But it's always nice to see an older generation. And please don't take it the wrong way. Playing games and being on computers, keeping their minds active and doing stuff like that. My granddad was a tinkerer. He could build about anything, so he was always out in his shop tinkering around after he retired. He was an old cowboy. He liked to weld and make things, and made spurs and leather work and that kind of stuff. So that's what he did after he retired, was more tinkering. Liked to braid, so he made some head stalls for horses and reins and that kind of stuff. And they read. He was a reader. He loved reading. I should probably go back around. He read all the time. Western Horseman. That was what my dad got him for Christmas every year, was a subscription to Western Horseman. He read all the time. He didn't watch much TV. He'd watch an occasional movie with us if we was, an old Western or something. He'd sit and watch with us. Or as far as TV shows, he didn't watch too many TV shows. Watch the news, of course. But he was one of them that was up at 4 o'clock in the morning whether he needed to be or not, and was in bed by 8:30, 9 o'clock. And my grandma, she was one of them that would rather be up at 6 o'clock and go to bed at 10, 11 o'clock. And the fondest memories of my grandma was when I'd go stay at my grandparents' house. We used to watch Johnny Carson. I loved watching Johnny Carson. That was always our thing, was watching Johnny Carson with my grandma. Half the time, I'd watch it, and she'd be snoring over in the chair. But they just don't have good shows like they used to, like Johnny Carson and those guys. Most of these late night guys for late night talk shows aren't worth a shit. But hey, welcome, Ninja. Were your ears ringing? I mentioned your name here a little while ago, going, yeah, I ain't seen any of my moderators. None of my guys, my normal guys, have been on so far. Really, haven't seen Keith. I mean, Rank, he's been on. He's one of my normal guys too. But I'm just saying, hadn't seen Coon Hoonigan today. I was kind of surprised I didn't see some of you guys earlier for Sunday afternoon. And I went and looked, and no one was streaming yet. I know Rabbit Rob had said last night he was going to stream some ATS sometime today. I don't know when he's going to do that. I keep calling you Ninja, and it's Ryland. Am I right? Is that your real name, Ryland? Ryland? I think that's what Keith called you the other day. Oh, don't be sorry for being late. Hell, everybody's got shit to do. I just kind of been one of them days like, well, where's everybody at? No one was streaming, and ain't been Sunday afternoon, cold and snowy or hell. I can't imagine anybody's doing much of anything unless they're chasing mama around the bedroom. So, is it pronounced Ryland? Am I pronouncing it right? Ryland? Cool. Because some people's names, if you want somebody to butcher a name, I can sure do it. It's alright, you've missed out on some of the typical courseplay antics. You haven't really missed out on a rant. I haven't really done any ranting. So, I guess you haven't missed out on that. I guess Keith hasn't been here to get me stirred up. I don't know, not really necessarily a ranting mood, which that don't mean nothing. It don't take much for me to want to rant about something. Really, courseplay? You don't really need to be unloaded. See, you run up there like a dipshit, and then you leave that little spot of frickin' soybeans, you dumbass. You jerk that guy out of there and teach him how to run a fucking combine. Because I'm running around here with my head cut off with a chicken and laced with diesel fuel. And I need to reset my stream on my phone, I believe, because I think it's farther behind than a normal couple of seconds. Because like now, I'm already at the end of the row, and it hasn't even showed me doing the turning around thing. So let's close out, come off to the side, spin around, close out, close out. Alright, load. So there was a way that you could choose for it to default to all chat instead of top chat. and stay that way, so you don't have to change it every time. So, what are we at? 5:45. I started at 2 o'clock. Jesus, I've been streaming for 4 hours? Huh. And looks like I better get my butt over here, because this guy is about to be empty full. I still haven't gotten in the combine to see what it's yielding at. No, didn't quite get there in time. Close. Come on, let's get her going. You left a strip. You haven't done that in a long time. That about pissed me off. Good thing it ain't my field. Run around here and clamp all these little scabs. Alright. So, 97%. Let's go ahead and get 3% off of you, and I'm sure you'll still be full. So 141. Probably a little more than that because he's not taking a full swath. And you would just as well be injured here. Stop you. Start you. And pull you forward. Alright, let's go get this thing unloaded. Get this unloaded. See if I'm close to fulfilling the contract, because if I am, all that needs to go to my grain bins. And I need to figure out how much I need to fill the contract, and I don't want to fill the truck all the way full. I got 2,550 bushels on here. I'm sure I don't need quite that much. Alright, stop. How much do I need? Where's it at? Contract, harvest, 92% to go 2,700 liters. And my other one's back. How many bushels is that? What is it? 3.3 liters to a bushel? Is that right? Something like that? What'd I say? 2,710. 2,710. How many bushels is that? Fucking thing. 27,100 liters is 769.03 bushels. So 800 bushels. And we can see if we can get that accomplished. 2,500, so that's going to be 2,700, 1,700. All right. That ought to be enough. See if we're correct. You go deliver that. You might be going to buy this. Hopefully. We'll see. What the hell's where Morris is at? He's all right. Let's see. Let's just park you up. Ah! Just got to know it. There's Rabbit Rob. So I'm really going to lose viewers, right? Okay, so click you off, delete, and let's take you on over. Instead of me, I'm going to drive them all over there anyway, so. I'm all right there, Rylan. Now, how about yourself? Had a pretty good day. Nice chilly day. It was warmer today than it was yesterday, but wasn't a tropical paradise by any means. Maybe by Michigan or Minnesota or Canada standards it was. 0.9 degrees above. It darn right got cold last night. It was 15 below, and then yesterday the wind was howling. Today the wind wasn't blowing very much. But it's supposed to get cold again tonight, tomorrow. I don't think any of this is truly going to be out of here till... And why did I dump that in there instead of the fucking truck? Should have dumped that in the truck. Yeah, well. That's alright. It's not all going to fit in the truck anyway, is it? Delete. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Okay. I've always wondered that because you know, I like watching Mike Mitchell and he's always talking. You know, it's funny. You watch him and everything's kilometers when it's you know as far as distances or how fast you're going, and of course you know the temperature's always talking about temperatures in Celsius, but everything else is like English. You know he talks about bushels and he talks about gallons and he talks about cool. I guessed that right, didn't I? was just a little bit over. Got paid $8,000. Oh. So that all the rest of this gets to go to my grain bins. Yeah, well, if that's what you're used to, I mean, that's what I understand. I mean, and I don't, except for, he actually, Mike, the only time he really talks about like kilometers per hour is when he's in his truck or pickup or his semis. Now, like when he's combining or planting or whatever, the tractors and their combines are all showing miles per hour. He's always talking about miles per hour. So with Mike, you get a little bit of mixture. So, but there's been a lot of times he's talking about temperatures, and I'm like, well, what the fucking how cold is that? You know, because I know for us, 0 degrees Fahrenheit is cold. So like 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that much. That's just a standard. So I'm always in my mind when he's talking about that, trying to figure out, okay, how exactly cold is that? You know, because when he's talking 0, it's like, well, that's not that cold. But then when he's talking about, you know, even you know, he's like 20 below Celsius, and I'm like, well, that's cold, but it's not horrible, you know, because like there, you just said 20 below Celsius is 4 below Fahrenheit. So, yes, don't get me wrong, that's not a tropical paradise by any fucking means, but that's not like the 45 below wind chill or 18 below. I think it got down to 18 below ambient here at my house, but I know around here there were some places it was more like 20, 25, and I think it wasn't cloudy this afternoon, and that's part of what happened last night. Why it got as cold as it did last night was clouds moved away last night, so there's nothing to hold what little heat we had. All right, that's cool. I'm gonna get 828 bushels in here. So you need to go back to my place, and there's 1993.5 excuse me bushels in here. So pretty much 2,500 bushels gets to get put in my bins. Yeah, so that's cold. Well, I kind of figured, you know, when he's talking like 5 below degrees on Celsius or whatever, I'm like, well, that ain't that bad. But I kind of, in my mind, figured, well, when he gets to talking about 20 below Celsius and under, then that's starting to get on the really cold side. But when he's talking, you know, 5 below or 10 below, it's not horrible. You know, that's like 20 degrees and 15, which is cold, but it's not unbearable. When I talk about bushels, you're like, what the fuck? See, and I'm the other way around, man. And that's what's funny when you like Mike, when you watch his show, everything to him's bushels. And then of course, then you got the guys that, depending on what certain crops are, you know, like beans here, we go by hundredweight, we don't go by bushels. And then you get into you get into potatoes, and you get into sugar beets. Everybody wants to know how many tons per acre it yielded. So there's that too. So why did you stop? How close to the collision he was? Well, bushels got started years and 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 years ago. They used to have these, I don't know, not necessarily bamboo, but they used to have what they called a bushel basket. and I'm sure they were made out of thin strips of wood way back in the day, I think. And Mom had one too. That's what she used to use for a laundry basket, was a bushel basket for putting laundry in to hang out on the line outside. Back in the day, and I don't know why the hell it got started, but that's how it got started around here. That's what they used as a unit of measurement, the old farmers. It's how many baskets of these baskets that they put in a wagon or whatever the hell it was that they were, whether it was shucking corn or doing wheat or whatever. And it was a bushel basket. So that's how a bushel started. They counted how many of those baskets it took to fill something. Instead of pounds. I don't know why back in them days they just didn't use pounds, or because we were already an English system back then anyway. Why they didn't just, I don't know. Now see, like liters, when I think of liters, I think of fucking pop. So 2-liter bottle of pop or soda. Whatever you may call it from wherever you're from, or soda pop. But it's damn sure not Coke. Ugh. Them guys that call pop Coke are weirdos. Coke's Coke. That dark stuff that says Coca-Cola or Coke on it, or RC Cola, that's Coke. Not all sodas are Coke. So anyway, this is why you don't accept the contract right away. It's not as bad because I didn't do rounded corners. But all these little tidbits, I'm anal that way, I guess. But it gets to go in my bin, so I just as well do it, right? It's an added bonus. And right now I've picked up 2.1 bushels. Which would be, I think, like, what is it, 3.3 liters is a bushel? Does that help you out there, Ryland, any? It's like 3.3 liters is a bushel. Something like that. Or is it 2.3? One of those, 2.3 or 3.3. I don't know. I cheat. I've got these website converter things I've flagged or made part of my internet saved folder pages or whatever. So and I did that for the ease of modding, because everything's in metric, of course, when it comes to mods. Because Giants being European. So when I'm trying to make something somewhat realistic, that way I know what the numbers are. Ooh, we're up to 3.5 bushels. Woohoo! Really worth the waste of diesel to run around here and get this, ain't it? Oh well. The way I look at it, that's 3.5 bushels. So if it's $15 a bushel, that's enough to buy a steak dinner. Barely, mind you, anymore. Barely, but it's still enough. I can't believe what it costs to go out and eat anywhere. And and I don't mean some junk hole frickin'. And even McDonald's is fucking expensive. Not that I eat there very often. It doesn't look like they really left too many. You do the square corner thing, they don't leave as much as they do when they're doing the round corner. Some are worse than others, I guess. Yeah, like I said, I guess. Not enough to go eat a steak dinner. But barely. tidbit here. So this will be enough to make it 4 bushels? I'll bet not. It probably makes it 3.8. It didn't even make it 3.8 bushels. It probably all went out the ass end of the combine because it wasn't even up to capacity. Yeah. Now the other field that we just got done doing, that one I should have done because there was a lot left in those corners. Okay, we'll park the combine. Send this last load. Or well, not necessarily last load, we'll send this load. And then we need to go take care of some tillage tools. Contracts and see what we're going to do next. You go ahead and take that to my place. Green bin unload. Soybeans. There. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on here. Go down to contracts. This is completed. Under $42,000 in the bank, which is good because I got some lease bills coming up. I need to get some stuff paid off. Collect. And look at that. More of them stupid baling contracts. I'm pretty much overdoing those. Cultivating. And he's over on field 32. So the next closest one's 72. Or 34, I should say. 10,000. That won't take you long to do that field. With that 70-foot field cultivator. Wow, really? You're buffering that bad? I suppose the internet's going to goof up again tonight. It messed up last night. Totally disconnected for a while. Is the stream okay, guys? Okay. Either way, let's figure out where everybody's at. Do we have any more plowing contracts? No. We got a sowing contract because we want to plant grass. The bullshit, you're not planting grass. Ugh. Almost wish we could start over again so we could frickin' use that one version of Start and Spring mod, and it made everything want to be in grass, and it screwed shit up, and it still ain't gotten completely out of it. Now all these guys want to plant grass all the time. It's like now grass is the only thing you can plant. It's like, well, what the hell you want to plant grass for? Just leave it in frickin' winter and then plant some corn or something in the spring. You dumb NPC. Any hoot. So we got more harvesting contracts. And we're on field 170. What? 171. Right? Yeah. We did 168 and 171. So 188, there's a contract on. 152, there's not. That's surprising. 140 there is. 165, 179, 127. And then my cousin's got sunflowers and 2 small patches of soybeans he needs to get done. That's what I mean. He's butt on here and fucking get them done. I don't know what the hell he's doing. 109. contract for that. 116, 73, 74, 62. You may see the. Did anybody notice this about the new when they did the? I don't remember when they updated this. What version of Better Contracts? When they updated it, now it puts these little symbols over the field and what it represents. Like these ones is a harvest contract. Um, there's plowing contracts. See, like this one here. This is a plowing or cultivating contract. It will show us a little plow on here. Here's a baling contract because it shows the round bale. And I don't remember what spraying Oh, right here. Look, see, this one would be like fertilizing contract. I thought that was kind of cute when I started doing that. I don't know, cute, neat, whatever you want to call it. Unique, weird, I don't know what. Anyhow. Because I remember the first time I seen that, I'm like, what the hell's on the map? What the hell is that shit? That makes no sense. See, and then like this one's a baling contract, but it's also a wrapping contract. So silage bales. And I've done it. And I've done them that they're a pain in the butt. You got to really be on top of your course play, and you can do it, but you've got to be on top of it. And as a matter of fact, I got a bale wrapper that I did some tweaks to make it so it worked to make it work way better with course play because it gets going too fast and then it gets lost. And anyhow, okay, what do we got on 14? And I know 4 is sunflowers. 5 is it sunflowers? What is up there? Sunflowers. 4, 5, them are all sunflowers. 73 is corn. I don't think there's the only field of corn that's left to harvest. This would be contract. I don't think there's any corn left. Because there's corn we did. My corn, this is going to stay. I don't think I'm going to do that much. I'm not sure I'm going to do that much winter. These are going to be soybeans. You don't need that much. So I think I'm going to leave that alone. This will be corn. I might do some fall tillage on 211. And I might add a little bit of anhydrous to it, because it'll be corn next year. 169 was sunflowers. I suppose I'm going to put sunflowers into soybeans. I haven't decided that. I need to figure out what's a good crop to follow behind sunflowers. I already got one field of wheat. So it looks like your bigger fields are sunflowers, most of the bigger fields. Although 14, that's 14 soybeans. That'd be a good one to do. Actually, 152 would be a good one. And it says it's ready to harvest. I wonder why it's not in the harvest thing. Guess that farmer's being stubborn. He's going to do it himself. 152. So that's when you go like this. I don't have any contracts taken out. And all the rest of them that are taken out, I think Morris has got some. So you go clear contracts. That clears them all. And you'll start them over. New contracts. So now by doing that means I'm done doing 168, 171. See, now I got a cultivating contract to do I can do on 171. Harvesting. Fucking baling. It's getting late enough if for real, honestly. It's you don't want to be baling hay in November. Michigan especially or anywhere you never get it to cure. You don't have enough nice warm days to get the hay to cure. Anyway, you can keep clicking on new contracts and it just keeps filling it. So there. That should have all the contracts. And there's a bunch of cultivating. One fertilizing, that one finally popped up. And then harvesting. There's 152, that's the one I want. And then the stupid planting of 172. 172 into grass. You dumb woman. Alright, I think that's what we'll do. We're going to move over to 152. That's about the same size we just did. How many acres is 152? Come on, acres, acres, acres. There it is. 100 acres. Yep, that's where we're going to go. Alrighty, so you guys, instead of you, need to go to 152. 152. And I'll change that later, but for now, go to 152. Oops. Go. 152. Another thing that's weird about auto drive when you have a truck that has jakes, how it runs the jakes and does weird. I've never understood that. Well, I think we finally got our fuel usage thing a little bit more down to normal. Ended up having that increased fuel usage mod on here. It used to work pretty good. And I liked it because everything, 19 was horrible about not running out of fuel. You could play 2 years on it, not run out of fuel, wasn't realistic at all. And on 22, we've been using it and really hadn't had a whole lot of trouble. And then got the updated versions of Customs Case IH 50 series combines. And that's what Morris uses because he likes the red stuff. And part of that's because they don't have very good, really very good gleaner combines yet because Sid seems to think he's going to take forever. I mean, we got good older ones. Pleasant View's older gleaners are really good combines as far as older goes, but some good S series and even 92 series and the 2 series and the 5 series, them are kind of We don't really have any ones that are around aren't the greatest. I know there's some people have been working on them. I know there's a guy that's got some nice, and they look nice anyway, but I don't think he's ever going to release them. I think it's going to be I might release him type thing and keep showing him around on Facebook. And he's actually put together the Centennial version of the S series. He's got a nice map he's been working on too. That's like, well, are you gonna release it or not? And every time he gets asked, he sidesteps the question, like he might, but yet he's probably, I don't know. I'll be surprised if we ever see him. And especially his gleaners, because I think he's like waiting for Sid to do it, which, I don't know, Sid's been working on that damn gleaner for a year. It's like, come on, Sid, get the damn thing done and get it out. Because I'd even go to some gleaner combines if we had them. Had good ones. I mean, we have a gleaner combine on here, but it's not a very good one. I mean, that's probably not a bad one, but it's not nothing to brag about. Must be a slight, not very good connection with the internet tonight, because my phone keeps buffering a little bit. Alright, you need to go to field 152, right? Is that what it is? Oh, I didn't even accept it yet. There. 152. And it needs to go Cougar Creek. Cool, I don't have to change. Well, I guess I do because I'm going to mine. Alright, go to 152. On? Was everybody's over watching Rabbit Rob jam gears? I used to play ATS all the time, and I haven't played it in 2 years or 3 years now. I ain't played it in quite some time. Matter of fact, I think the last DLC state that I've got was Wyoming. I think. I farted around on it the other day, and all of my mods that I have for it are so far out of date. That's the a mess of mods. That was another game that I couldn't play without playing with mods. I had different trucks, but not so much the trucks as I did, different transmissions and engines and sound mods. Sound mods are, oof, that makes that game way better. It's got a good sound mods for that. Gretchenbaum usually, most of his sound mods were pretty good. I'm probably saying that wrong because I'm sure he's a foreign guy. Kretschbaum, something like that. And then that I got out of that because in order to get, I got to the point where in order to get really in order to get really good truck mods, I got to pay it. You got to pay. I mean, whether it was, Viper's got some of his stuff free, but his really good stuff you had to pay for. And then there was that Texas, that one Chrome Offie or whatever, one for the really good Kenworth WKW, which I got a cyanide one that's the one I prefer and like to use, but they had another one better than that, but you had to pay for it. But I got one of their free versions because I got to be friends with one of the guys that was in cyanide, and it's a really nice KW, but it probably won't even work now because it's so far out of date. Which I see SCS, which made no sense. I don't know why they never made them. They never made the W900 Icon version, which was 5 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that, when Icons was out, and that was a tribute to the W900L, been out for 25 years or something like that. And so they had a special edition that was called the W900 Icon. And a good friend of mine had one, was the last truck he drove actually. Now he sells trucks for a living instead of drives them. So he's home all the time. Which made no sense. About the time all of his girls got out of school is when he started staying at home. But anyway, you know how truckers are. Good guy. It was blue. Yeah, it was a dark metallic blue, and then the stripes on it were two different lighter blues. It was a sharp truck. They never made a version. I don't remember if there was any versions of it. And these are plows. I don't have any plowing contract. Everything's fertilizing contracts. So you guys just as well go back to the shop, I think. And see, this is the nice thing about having this around the outside like that. I don't have to go clear to the road to tell it to go somewhere. By having every one of these fields outlined, you could be this far into the field. Go click on this thing. Go, okay, you need to go to the shop. And click on it. And it's got a route out. It'll take that route out. Same thing with this guy. You need to go back to the shop. Click on it. Boom. And unfortunately, he's going to go backwards than what the other one's going to go, but oh well. Either way, and that's the reason why you have the blue line instead of the green line, because blue means you can go either way. There's multi-direction for one path. Green is one way, and that's why you do a lot of green on roads. If it's a one-way road. But anyhow, so now I'm back up 3. All right, guys. I really need to get with Keith and have him help me. We need to work on that 5 section. That 5 section just needs some weight or something to it. The old tried and true, but excuse me. And you, why the fuck did you go here? I told you to go to fucking field 152. I know I did. And this needs to be Crooked Creek. I had you going first, so you went behind any goddamn. Why is it changing to that? Why? 152, you dumbass. Pick up and deliver. That's why. It's not at the... Well, that should be pick up and deliver. Now go. Every now and then, things just get stupid, I guess. And you, there's a bunch of cultivating contracts, and you are up by, so you're up north, so you need to work back this way. So you go to field 76, accept contract. Go to field 76. Probably won't take you long to do it. There you go. Okie dokie. Now, we have a fucking mess we got going on here. We gotta get trucks out of the way. Come on. Start. Oh. Start. Get you out of the way. There needs to be a spraying contract over here. Jesus Christ, farmer. God damn. That guy's not a very good farmer. He raises nothing but weeds. Weeds. Wheats. Wheats. That was stupid. Dirt. Just learn how to talk. Wheats. What the hell's wheats? Weeds. Weeds. It's alright. As long as he's got weeds in here, he damn sure won't care if we use it for a staging area, then will he? Hey, it's DJ's Club's back. So who's all over watching Rabbit Rob do his ATS stuff? DJ? I know he kicked off his stream about 20 minutes to half an hour ago, I think. Which I guess it's 6 o'clock. I've been going since 6:30. I could probably call it quits, really. It's not like anybody's going to watch a 6-hour stream for a replay. Oh, you don't watch Rabbit Rob? Well, I'm just curious. I mean, I was wondering who was all over there. I want to go this way. Out here spinning cookies in his farmer's field. That'll make him happy. Like he should care. I'm only doing nothing but raising weeds over here. My God. You know, they gotta make that stuff called Roundup, you know. Just as well. Get Parkinson's disease from it. Stupid people. Can't get Parkinson's disease from fucking Roundup. Especially just being around it. Roundup's actually safer to drink. Roundup, straight Roundup, it's safer to drink than caffeine. Caffeine will fucking kill you. It's a poison. But y'all know where that lawsuit got taken care of, right? It's in California. Sure as the hell wasn't in the middle of Iowa. Now, I ain't saying that I'm going to go out and start drinking Roundup. That's not my point. Chilling before bed, huh? You got a new video coming out or anything there, DJ? Tomorrow? Holy crap, it's Plowboy! How's Plowboy doing? How's the weather there? You getting any of this crap that we got a couple days ago and all this cold shit we're getting? It's not bad. Well, that's good. Because you have sheep, Plowboy? I know you got some of them goddamn goats. Sorry, I know everybody's got their thing, but and everybody, I mean, as long as they help you make some money, and if you, I don't know whether you eat them or not, but I do not like goats. Cantankerous fucking things. Any hoot. That's beside here or there, but I just wondered if you had any sheep, because I knew that you had some goats and you got some odds and ends animals. So, and like my ex, she's had her first lamb. She just started lambing last night. I think it was last night, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday afternoon, something. Had their first lamb. I don't know what it is. I can handle being around sheep, but goats just drive me nuts. And what am I doing here? I don't need to know what the hell the goddamn contracts are. I need to know that. Create job. Course play on 152. Long and narrow. Open. 3 and 1. Headland. Sharp. Clockwise. 5% lands. 2. Probably. Generate course. We'll see what we get here. Close. And we got an oddball down that side. Excuse me. That looks like it'll work. Looks like it'll work good enough. Alright, copy. Oh, copy. That's what sucks when not all everything's together. If you don't buy everything exactly together. Now, what course play are you going to copy? Alright, good. Going to copy the right one. Everything's working. We want you to be right. Back over here. Come on. Come on. Quit fucking doing the jerking around bullshit server. Left. First waypoint. Start. Oh, see? Plowboy can't stand sheep, but he can handle goats. And me, I can handle sheep, and I hate goats. So, anyway, I was just wondering because I don't. I think lambing and I don't know what do they call it, kidding, because goats have kids, right? I do believe kind of depends on where you're at, how you got your program set up. I do believe they similar times of the years, which don't mean shit. Anybody can do whatever you want. It just depends on when you have your breeding stuff set up. That's why I was asking. I didn't know if you weren't lambing or didn't have to worry about any of this nasty cold weather. I mean, I said, how many hogs you got there, Plowboy? What the hell's your name? I always calling you Pencil Lady Plowboy. I mean, I know you're unique, but if you don't mind, I'd just soon call you by your regular name. Nearest waypoint. Jason. I probably should have known that. It's probably been mentioned, and I probably missed it. Because let's just, you know, I'm not necessarily the brightest crayon in a box. That's why I only buy the, you know, the small boxes of crayons, the little 12s. That way, if I am somewhat brighter, anyway. Well, do you remember growing up as a kid? You know, you always got, what was it? 24. I think 24 is the biggest. You know, you always remember, you always the 48 box and the 64 box. You know, and you're always like, Mom, Mom, I want that, right? You know, he's always like, Mom, and you're like, oh, you don't need those. We can't afford those. You know, and it's like $1 or $2 more is all, or $1 back then. Yeah. And you always go to school, and you had one kid over there that had a 48. Then you had the kid that had the 64, and you're like, you son of a bitch, you got the 64 one. You go, Mom. I don't think I ever got the 64 box of crayons until I was old enough. I actually had the money to buy the damn things myself. So anyway. And even Jason, that's an easy name to remember, you'd think. So I'm sure it's probably been mentioned, and I just probably missed it. All right. So how bad are we messed up over here? Do we need to re-edit? Edit. Looks like we're going to have to edit. Most likely. Because I don't think it's a very big pull-in. I don't think we necessarily need to. Don't necessarily need to. Don't necessarily need to. All right. What's this point look like? He pulls in there nice and square. But I'll bet the other truck, his ass end will be out there. We better edit this some. This is a nice long jaunt through here. You only had colored pencils. No, we didn't have very many. Well, I had a few colored pencils. And it was pretty much. I don't know. I think I had the big. I think I got the 24 pack of crayons once in a while. Most of the time it was was it 12? I think so. Yeah, it's like 12, 24, 48, and 64. That's what they were. But I think most of the time it was the 12. I think I got the 24 once. And I think Grandma, of all people, Grandma felt sorry for me one time, and I got. Now, this is what I was talking about. Go into the world thing. Auto drive. Show markers. Switch. Where the hell's it at? Auto connect. Start. Yes. Apply. And you need to be shut off. Need to pull forward a little ways here. It's going to put a point down wherever I hit record. And we want it there. Oh, you dirty, rotten son of a bitch. Now see how that line switched to that one? So when you hit the record button, it connected to that one instead of that one. But that's an easy fix. Just click on it, and then click on it the backwards way that it goes, I think. No, that's not what I wanted. I did that wrong. All right. So look at the arrow. Click here, there. Now click here, there. Now we're recording. fucking server. So when you're trying to record a nice straight line, then you get fucking hiccups because it's saving. Anyway, we'll go ahead and go up here quite a ways. Not because I need to, but because I can. Come on, one more. God damn it. One more. There. Now, quit recording. Click and click. And then we'll back up. And we'll probably go ahead and use this one for the turnaround the other direction. Yeah, that one's going to look okay. That one will look okay. That. And then we will make, let's go, yeah, that one. We'll do this one. Field. 152. There we go. Now, run the default. Field 152. Really stupid. That's how you're going to sit there. Okay. Guess while I'm here, just as well get these tractors out of the way. Yeah. See, when my dad was growing up, that's back when when I was growing up, we were, I don't know, a little more modern. So we didn't have like the radiators for the heat. We had regular ducts, heater ducts. But like when Dad was growing up, they had some of the schools had the regular radiators in the room, the great big tall, you know what I'm talking about. They would get in trouble for melting crayons on those once in a while. Oh shit. Oh, well, at least he's driving to the right one. Alright, I can lock him because I don't need to tab to him no more. And I gotta get over here and get some fuel on this guy before he drives me fucking nuts. Well, you're already at the fuel point, you dipshit. But I guess. So here we go. Come on. Give me the thing. 'Cause I know you got fucking... I filled the goddamn thing. I know I did. Got fuel in it. Yeah, there's 8,072 liters. You're not gonna give me the goddamn trigger? Come on. Usually this works fine. And my cat is about to drive me nuts because she knows. She knows when she's not supposed to be. She's been quiet and I fed her. She's even had her evening wet food. She's running around and she'll sneak by me and meow, 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 meow. And then run off because she knows it pisses me off when she frickin' bugs the shit out of me. There. Come on. Where were you? Because she is horrible about whether I'm on the phone or I'm streaming, and if I'm talking and I'm on the phone and I'm talking, and she won't shut up the whole goddamn time I'm on the phone, or I don't know what the hell her deal is. She gets jealous or what. Cats. Anyhow. Damn things. Alright, there. Now you won't freak out about being low on fuel. Let's get you parked over here and get you tabbed out, locked. Parked, I guess, is actually what the mod is parked. Parking mod. And then, of course, if you really wanted to make Mom mad, you had markers, right? Remember the markers? Especially back when we were kids, the ones that you take the caps off of and get you fucking... I never did the huffing thing. I don't know how the hell some people ever got into huffing. But, like, that would do that with markers and paint. Oh, my God, that shit gives me a headache. I don't know how the hell that's enjoyable. Let's get I mean, I have never understood the huffing thing. At all. That shit, boy, it gives me a headache. What the hell's enjoyable about a fucking headache? Okay, so, am I right? Crooked Creek co-op sell point? What's the other one? Oh, and I need to get you going on this field here, which shit won't take long. Let's get you in here. Like so. Create job. Course play. Open close generator. Multiple tools. 1, 2 headlands. Center smooth. Counterclockwise. Up down. Automatic. Generate course. Okay. Where are you at anyway? Right there. 76. Alright. First waypoint. Start job. There you go. So you're Crooked Creek. The other guy's behind you. Probably just be about as fast to walk over and get in the truck. Need to make sure I get him changed over to Crooked Creek also. Sell points, Crooked Creek, sell point. Soybeans, alrighty. Now, get my combine guy over here that's mad and throwing his hat against the window and been in and out of the cab and the catwalk 3 or 4 times. Hell, if it's me, I'm happy to get a slow green cart driver once in a while. That way I can get out and take a piss. Stretch my legs, get some fresh air. Anyway. There's sometimes if corn or whatever you're harvesting is not quite good enough, a great cart staying caught up, you don't get to just stop, take a whiz. Yeah, an egg shop in high school, there was never spray paint. The hippos, huffed it all. But the farm boy, we all emptied the WD-40 cans. Yeah, but you didn't empty the WD-40 cans because you were huffing them like the hippies. I just don't get that. I mean, what the hell is the enjoyment of sniff? I just don't get that. I guess I'm not into drugs, period. But that's one that I always boggled my mind about people doing, huffing glue and huffing paint and huffing markers and oh my God, because that shit, man, I kid you not. I mean the old good, big old Sharpies. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? Them, I don't even think you can get them anymore. You can get Sharpies, mind you, but some of them old, man, that shit, you don't want to pop the fucking top off that thing in 2 minutes. You're like, my God, that headache from that shit. But what I was getting at was, of course, kids marking on the walls and crap like that. So I didn't have very many markers, but I never did do that because my mom would have freaking tanned my hide like none other. Like kids ought to be taken care of today. But I was getting at the whole. Remember the markers that we had, that's the flavored ones or the smell good ones that we had back in the day. It's supposed to smell like grapes and strawberries and watermelon and all that. Man, that stuff. Woof! I remember those. They really smelled. Or the scratch and sniff stickers we used to have. Oh. And most of the schools I went to, there's a few of them that weren't true necessarily country schools, but most of them were pretty much country type schools. So we had, like when I was in grade school, K through, I don't know, third grade, when I was really out in the middle of nowhere, we used to have the bookmobile. Man, we was all excited for the bookmobile because we didn't have our own library to go goof off in. We had the bookmobile day, and by God, that you didn't miss out on bookmobile day. I remember being sick, if I had with a flu or something like that, and he was always mad if it was on bookmobile day. Mom, I gotta go to school. Why? Well, it's bookmobile day. Not that I like to read, because I'm not a huge reader. I don't particularly care to read. But I guess when you were a kid, it was a big deal. And then I also remember, Fridays was day that we always had art. Fridays was our art day, and then we also did, Fridays you didn't do as much because it was Friday. But that was also the day we did weekly readers. You guys remember weekly readers? That's how us poor country folk kept up on the current news, was through the weekly readers. And then I think when you got the weekly readers is also when you got the was it weekly or monthly? Or every 2 weeks when you got that thing where you could order the books, I think that was with the weekly reader. I think it was part of that. Oh, I get it with the whole WD-40. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But it still wasn't as good old Aquanet. Aquanet. That was almost as good as an acetylene torch, man. But by God, it'd keep them girls' freaking hair stuck back in the day. Good old Aquanet. Matter of fact, I remember when potato guns were getting popular. Aquanet was still. You looked for Aquanet even back then for those. But then again, I guess that's dating me too because I was in high school, senior, or around in there when the potato gun thing was getting popular too. So, God damn, I'm getting old. Getting old. Where'd the fucking years go? It's like my daughter. It seems like yesterday she was a tiny thing. Take her whole hand and wrap around my finger, and now she's 11 years old. Another blink of the eye, and she'll be graduated, and I'll be running around wanting to kill some freaking little asshole, little punk. There's more fucking punks out there now than there are men, young men. There's more punks. Hopefully, with her living in the country still and being on a ranch, God, I hope. Anyhow, so let's see, 11. I need to get her started on. I need to get her. That's what I should. I got to get some money saved up. Get this fucking living paycheck to paycheck bullshit cinched up. Cause I got to get her a 22 and get her to shooting. Because not only do I want them boyfriends to be scared of me, they need to be scared of her. Which I guess there can still be as many country kids that are just as stupid as some of the city kids, but I hope not. Well, glad you could finally make it, Hoonigan. Almost lost the leg after I got married, and the wife threw a hairspray can. Oh shit, I'll bet. Yeah. Especially if it was an old Aquanet type of frickin' hairspray. Them goddamn things now. That was good shit. Not only did they frickin' hold their hair like it was, well, welding rod, I mean, it was volatile shit. I mean, it's worse than what, I know what it's like that, because we use a lot of brake cleaning at the farm, cleaning, hydraulic tips and remotes and stuff. We use, yeah, I wipe them off, but I still spray them out with brake clean. And every now and then we'll miss poking one of them before we throw it in the burn barrel. And yes, we still burn a lot of our trash out at the farm, because it just accumulates so goddamn bad. You got to burn some of that shit. So anyway, every now and then somebody will miss poking one, and then you'll be out there with the trash burning and blow up. But that still ain't nothing like what it was years ago. Forty 76 is 40% complete. I see that big old, what is that, 84 foot's what that cultivator is? It's a big bastard. Why the hell that stupid stream is still wanting a buffer on my phone? Because everything else is, the TV's playing fine in the background. I ain't had any weird, terrible hiccups on this playing. Just the normal ones. 7 o'clock. Holy shit. So I've been going 5 hours, huh? Doesn't feel like it. Ah. Western Wilds, huh? I gotta think about that map a minute. I know it's been out a while. Western Wilds is similar to the No Man's Land or Corpy. Hardly anybody played Corpy. That's when I took my very first introduction to Farms YouTube. Was on Corpy that day. I never have played it since then. As I said, I have a hard time getting into that build your own thing. Nothing against it. I like watching it, but excuse me. I'm trying to remember Western Wilds as far as the map. Is that the one that come out after Western Wilds? Because I farted around on No Man's Land a little bit. Hope you guys know that you aren't combining anything. It's funny how inros do goofy shit like that once in a while. Oh, wow. Of course, 7 o'clock. Ain't been on since 2, and now I've got 7 people in here, the most I've had in here all night. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to go. I don't necessarily have to quit, per se. I'm feeling fine, but usually 5 hours is a pretty long stream. You sure as hell replayability. You get me people to watch more. I guess it doesn't matter whether damn thing's 5 minutes or 20 minutes or 5 hours. You're only going to get people to watch 5 minutes of it when it comes to the replay part of it. But although every now and then I've found myself, I'll kick on somebody's live stream. It's a couple hours long, and watch parts of it, and then I'll be off. It'll be playing in the background. Sure wish I could get a bunch of people to do that for me. Get my watch time hours up there. That's also part of why I do the live streams anyway, because you got one person that watches you for all your stream and interacts with you, and you can add up your watch time hours a little faster. Because regular videos, and even if it's 20 minutes, which that's kind of the magic number, it seems like, on a regular video. And I really got to get my real life farming shit to where I can get them to 20-minute videos. Because I've noticed those do a little bit better than the longer ones. You can get someone interested to watch a 20-minute video a lot longer than you can an hour-long video. Especially where I ramble as much as I do. Oh! Hodge! How the hell are you, buddy? I just mentioned your name a little bit ago. Wondering where you'd been, how you were doing. You know, Cat, if you don't knock it off, you'll find yourself outside in this 0-degree weather, because you've been out there a couple times already. She was mad at me because she likes to go outside, so I'd swept off the driveway in front of the garage and in front of the back door, because I'm one of them that comes in my back door all the time instead of my front door, because of how the house is laid out. It was cold the other night, and she likes to go outside, which I let her go outside. She always comes back. I don't have to buy as much cat litter if she goes outside once in a while. And so she's gotten into this. If you feed her at night, she wants to go out like right after she eats, which I don't know if she goes outside and takes a crap or what she does, but that's part of her routine. So I had to laugh at her the other day because it snowed just barely made the ground white or covered, white where I hadn't swept or recently or sure had swept. So I get her all excited about going outside. You want to go out? You want to go out? She's like, yeah. Just can't wait for me to get the door open. So I get the door open and she goes flying out the door, and of course it's like 5 degrees, 0. And then there's that little skift of snow, and the brakes come on in midair. And I close the door right behind her. Oh, she was mad at me. But hey, that's what cat food are for, right? I mean, payback for like now when she's wandering around meowing, being a butthead instead of laying down and curling up on a couch somewhere and being quiet. Well, it's good to see some people in here. I haven't seen for a while. Why is my other truck not back yet? Do I want to know why my other truck's not back yet? Okay, there it is. Because it probably has some stupid route that it thinks it's got to take. Come on. Oh, it's probably a good thing I'm running two trucks over here. Asshole. Open up your goddamn tarp. There. Now go to the point. So how you been, Hodge? I seen you briefly the other day. Hopefully you had a good holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. To everybody, by the way, Happy New Year. I hadn't ever said Happy New Year to yet. I don't get why they do this once in a while. He's on an inside frickin' deal. Why did he scoot over like he's opening up the land? Weird how course play does that once in a while instead of just staying out. I better get to looking, actually. Usually when they do that, it's because the fuckers are out of order. Meaning he should be the lead combine. Oh, missed it by that much. Come on, get over here. Without running over the goddamn head. Oh, fucking thing. And that's number 3, so he shouldn't... What? Now, you cocksucker, you're not even full. Oh, you stupid ass. So then it does this bullshit. Not even empty. Now he wants to fucking course play. Well, that's great to hear, Hodge. Ah, Charles is lurking. Well, I'm doing all right. I can't say as though I've had the greatest of holidays, but the older I get, the more I hate Christmas. I don't like how commercialized it's gotten, for one. It's not about the family anymore and spending time together. It's about how much money you spend on someone's present type shit. And when it comes to like kids and stuff, most toys and all that crap ain't worth a shit no more. But yet it costs out the arm and leg. I don't know. I didn't have my daughter for Christmas this year. I got her for New Year's, which that's fine, I guess. But I don't know. I ended up spending Christmas Day alone. And it just kind of bothers me because I got enough family around here. I shouldn't be doing that. But that's just part of my life, I guess. 83%. That'll be full enough to get him on down the road. Come on, server, get your save done. I hope, because this is the... No, this isn't the triple hopper. Ooh! About run into him and I get all goofy here. So he'll... There we go. Oh. I'm gonna knock you into next week. Alrighty, on to the next one. Oh, that's perfectly fine, Hodge, man. That's... Life is just life. I don't ever expect anybody to drop everything they're doing because they got to watch my live stream, or, oh my God, he released a video, I got to get that watched. You know, I mean, it's an entertainment thing. It's not, I mean, yeah, I'd like to make money on it, but I got a long ways to go before that fucking happens. And I went and made that worse by not doing much the last 6 months. But yeah, I don't know. You get, for me, it's not a problem of coming home and having a lot of things going on as far as I got a wife to please, I got kids to please. You know, when I come home, I'm home by myself. So for me, it's kind of a way to break the loneliness some. But mostly, when I'm not on here, just because when I get home from work, it's been a long day, late, and where I don't have a wife and kids, I gotta cook my own suppers, meals and stuff. Which I'm a good cook. I just hate cooking for myself. It's a pain in the butt to cook for one person. But yet I don't. I'm not like. I really have to laugh about. I guess I still got enough old school in me when it comes to certain things. And you watch Brian's videos. He's one of them that promotes it, and one of them that really it kind of torqued me off in a way, but was Welker's and them guys in their goddamn pre-made fucking meals. Okay, and I don't know. I guess don't know for sure, but about uh, Nick's wife or Leg Arms. What the hell's Leg Arms' name? Either one of those two's wives. The way I understand it, they don't have out-of-house jobs, I don't think. But yet, she has to have a fucking pre-made meal in order to take it out to the guys for the harvest or whatever. And I'm thinking, I mean, yeah, okay, you got some kids, but you still ain't got. My grandma was a cook on a fucking ranch and still raised 4 boys. Or, well, 3 boys. And there was plenty of bigger than that. And I just don't. I shook my head when I seen them, and that kind of stuff has its place. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I just thought, wow, really, you're claiming to be a farm wife, but you need some fucking warmed up meal in a microwave to take to the guys out in the whatever. Now, like Brian, I like how he advertised the same fucking thing. I don't remember what the hell it is, but they advertise it as they don't always go home for lunch, and his wife's a teacher. And I don't know about his mom. You don't ever see him talk about his mom much. But he talks about how it's nice to have him in the office shop or whatever, and they pop him in the microwave. Yeah, okay, I get it. That's no big deal. But then again, I've also taken a fucking lunch every day of my life for damn near my whole life. in school, we didn't have a hot lunch program until I got into a bigger school. So mom made lunches all the time, and then I got to where I was making my own damn lunch. That way I knew what the hell was in it. So I just whatever. Teach his own, but I still don't particularly care for that kind of shit. I like a good homemade meal, but yet cooking it myself sucks. So usually what I do is the weekends I have my daughters when we have big meals is when I make homemade spaghetti or a casserole of some sort, like a chicken bacon ranch casserole and chicken fettuccine or goulash or something like that. And then I eat leftovers for the week. Neals Meals sounds good. Yeah, there you go. It's a new business venture of mine. Yeah, not gonna happen. But I am a good cook. I like to cook. I was taught how to cook by good old ranch wives, ranch cooks. Both my grandparents were cooks on ranches, so it's none of this. When I say homemade spaghetti, I don't mean I browned some hamburger and dumped some fucking ragu or prego into it. No, I didn't do that. I've been trying to teach my daughter that too, because her mom grew up in the country too, but that's how she makes her spaghetti sauce. And I says, it's stupid. They said, you buy all these people that buy ragu or prego or Bertolli or whatever, and I will buy Bertolli when it comes to um, uh, Alfredo sauce, and that's because living and growing up where I grew up, you couldn't get the fresh Parmesan cheese to make it out. Now, fresh cream, we had plenty of that, but we didn't have the fresh Parmesan cheese per se. It was that Kraft crap that was in the shaker bottle that you can still get that I'm not sure if it really is Parmesan cheese. Have you ever tried to melt that shit? I tried that one time at home when I was still living at home in high school. Even then, I don't think you could. Like now you go to Walmart or your grocery store and you can get Parmesan cheese that's fresh. Back when I was a kid growing up, not really. But anyway, is what I'm getting at is you get these guys that buy ragu and prego and brown some hamburger and they add mushrooms to it and they add some other odds and ends stuff to it. Well, fuck, if you're gonna do all that adding shit to it, just fucking buy a couple cans of goddamn a can of tomato sauce, a can of crushed tomatoes, a can of Italian diced tomatoes, and a can of tomato paste, because I like my sauce thick. I don't like it runny. And then, it doesn't add any more fucking time to making the goddamn sauce. You're already doing all the shit anyway. And cut up some green peppers and onions. And why the fuck does son of a bitch don't want to stop once in a while? God damn it. And like I told her, I says, if it's a spice thing that you're worried about, I says, I always brown my hamburger with a little bit of sweet basil. And of course, if it's store-bought hamburger, I make sure I put some of that Worcester sauce in there, or Worcestershire, or Worcester. There's not Chester. There's no Worcestershire. There's no Chester in it at all, even though everybody pronounces it that way. The W sauce, you know what I'm talking about? Makes hamburger taste better. I also put a little bit, season my steaks with it a little bit too once in a while. But anywho, that and onions and brown it up, and then I always buy Italian sausage, sweet Italian sausage, and I buy it in the links and I cut it up into chunks and put in there. While that's browning, you put a little bit of sweet basil in there. It's just not hard to make. You're dumping all that shit together in the first place. Just fucking do it and do it right. And you got a hell of a lot better tasting product at the end. But what the hell, you got people that can't even boil fucking water, so I guess something out of a ragu jar and some brown hamburger is better than nothing. Oh, trust me. Trust me, Jason, I do plenty of pan frying myself. As a matter of fact, I have to laugh because I got on a lot of the Facebook cooking recipe things, and somebody had a meme on there the other day about showing an electric frying skillet, an old one. That said you ain't had good fried chicken unless you had fried chicken out of one of these, and I'm just thinking, yeah, my mom fried chicken out of that, made good old milk gravy with the mashed potatoes, and I learned how to make all that shit. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, as good as Grandma's mom's fried chicken was, it wasn't quite as good as Grandma's fried chicken that she used in a cast iron skillet. That's I I have my non-stick shit, but I've got my cast irons that I prefer cooking with the most. It's just like fried taters. You can't make fried taters unless you've got cast iron. It just doesn't taste right. You gotta cut you some onions up and get the good old save your bacon grease. And, yep, I'm gonna die someday, but I'm gonna fucking die and oh, I ate good. The only thing right now has been my Achilles heel, and I got the fucking recipe, and I went and bought some fresh yeast, because I've never made homemade bread, and I got this fucking mental block. I don't know why. I just need to goddamn do it. I've been watching YouTube and got some recipes of my grandma's, because I like good homemade cinnamon rolls, and I mean sticky bun type cinnamon rolls, not that fucking shit that's got that stupid cream cheese frosting on it. I mean the one where when Grandma made it, she had some concoction of brown sugar and fresh cow milk. I mean fresh cream from the cows, because growing up on a ranch, everybody had a milk cow. So we had good fresh cream, and the kind that you open the container and you can scoop it out with a spoon. Oh man, yeah. You want to talk about good old cornflakes? Get you a bowl of cornflakes and be able to have the cream where you can scoop it out of the container and put it in the corn. Anyhow, yep, I know. Heart attack waiting to happen. But anyhow, she would make homemade cinnamon rolls, and she'd make the caramel stuff on the bottom and put the brown sugar and real butter and the real cream in there. And when she got done, you'd flip the thing over, and you'd take the pan off, and then you'd put it on a plate. And it had the caramely stuff dripping down over the side of it. Not that fucking. It's not that I don't like cream cheese frosting, because I do. That's probably my favorite frosting, because I like spice cake. But when it comes to cinnamon rolls, it needs to be a good old sticky. I don't know. That's what I always grew up as cinnamon rolls. I guess now it's more of considered a sticky bun. But anyway, I've been having this stupid. I want good homemade cinnamon rolls, but I don't want to. I don't know. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint myself because I've never made bread. Although I've watched a lot of YouTube shit about it. Everybody, they're always assuring you, well, it's not hard to do. Just yeah, well, I guess. And I can do enough other cooking. I just need to suck it up and do it. I use lard when I don't have any bacon grease saved. If I'm freshly starting out. But yeah, I've got lard. Lard's kind of making a comeback as far as using it to cook with. These fucking doctors are talking about how you need to have this, need to have that bullshit. There's some of this stuff that at one time that told us, oh, you can't have that. They're kind of thinking second. I'd much rather have lard and real butter than some fucking thing that's got a bunch of bullshit on the label you can't fucking pronounce. It's just like these knotheads and their organic bullshit and their goddamn anti-GMO bullshit. But then they turn around and they pull down a goddamn can of tomato sauce. It's organic tomatoes, but it's all got the same bullshit in the goddamn when you look at the back of the can when it comes to the shit you can't pronounce because it's United States seem to think they got to have all this crap in there. You look at a can of Mountain Dew that you get in Great Britain and a can of Mountain Dew you get in the United States. Nothing there, or even mustard and Heinz ketchup and that kind of stuff. There's a bunch of shit that the United States seems to think we got to have in our food that I swear to God, that's part of what's worse than the than GMOs fruits and veg. Anti-GMOs. That just pisses me off. Dumb fuckers. Get mad because we use Roundup, so and all these chemicals and crap. So you you start breeding seeds and plants so they resist rootworms. For example, rootworm resistant corn. Yep, it's a GMO. But what the fuck's that? It ain't got a goddamn thing to do with the corn. So I'm raising a plant where it resists a bug, so I can still get a good crop. Now, you turn around, and if I didn't have that GMO and I was spraying a fungicide or an insecticide, you'd be all over my ass because I'm spraying some chemical on your fucking food too. So these fucking yuppies have turned around and made farming one of them deals where you're goddamned if you do and goddamned if you don't. And you get these people that are doing the organic farming crap. There's a lot of them that are getting the fuck out of it because they're losing their ass. And there's some of them that they figured out the magical button, but there's some of them that are getting out of it because they can't control fucking weeds. They can't control certain diseases and crops and shit and it's a niche market. But, like I was saying, you got a lot of this stuff where some of this stuff that we were told we couldn't have because it was bad for us, kind of making a comeback, like cooking with lard and cooking with butter. I'd much rather have butter than parquet, margarine that's one ingredient away from being fucking plastic. And all the preservative shit. Preservatives are the worst fucking thing for it, way worse for us than genetically modified food. Anyway, there. We got a rant out of me. There. And when you use the natural stuff like that, it tastes better too. Oh, you kidding me? That's not close enough for you to start dumping into. Alright, come on. Let's get to going. Time that like crap. There we go. Autocorrect is killing you today. It was doing that last night to me when I was trying to talk on Rabbit's stream. God damn. Because I was playing, I finally got the error figured out on what was going on with Better Contract. So I got on, was playing, and kind of wanted to make sure it was working on the server too. So I was playing and trying to. So I was watching him on my cell phone, and my big thumbs kept screwing up. Let's just put it that way. That's probably the best way to put it. My big thumbs. Well, I'm gonna have to do you at the end anyway. So let's go. Yeah, some of us will go hungry. There's plenty of us that's old timers or raised the way that I was raised, the way that you were raised, Jason. That we know how to make homemade butter. We know how to, we got a cow, or we know how to raise a cow, or go out and shoot a deer and butcher it. You know what I mean? There's some people will die and wither away when they figure out their fucking groceries don't come from a grocery store. But there's goddamn sure plenty of them that seem to think it comes from a grocery store. Alright. Park you like right in here somewheres. But, you know, you get, yeah, I don't know. More and more, I don't know, there's still plenty of stupid people out there, don't get me wrong, but there are some people that are kind of pulling their heads out of their asses. You know, some. 'Cause you get to watch some of these YouTube channels, and you get these guys that are preppers and that are doing more of the off-grid living stuff, and there's a lot of them people that are young. I mean, 20s that are doing this stuff, and you know, and yeah, there are a few of them that are vegans and weird yuppie-fied people doing it too, but you know, most of them people that are doing it, they're one. I think some of them are probably doing it just for the money that they make off of YouTube. Some of them make some good fucking money on YouTube because look at how many viewers they get. And there again, that's sex still sells because you still get some of these that are doing it that are wearing tight shorts all the time and leggings and workout shorts that go up the crack of their butt and shows off their camel toes. And you cannot fucking tell me when they look at how many views that video got when you look at their thumbnail and it's her bent over and it's all up the crack of her butt. You look at how many views they got. There's 500,000 views and it's only been out one day. You're like, yeah, tell me sex don't still sell. What the fuck ever. Even if some of it's clickbait. But back to what I was really talking about there is some of these people, you know, they're doing that, and there's a lot of young people that are doing the off-grid living thing. And you don't off-grid live if you're, you know, worrying about GMOs and that kind of shit. I mean, you do it because you want fresh food. You want it because you know where that cow came from. You know what you fed that cow. Is it necessarily organic? Yeah, I don't know. Not necessarily. Is it vaccination free and hormone free? Yeah, probably. But maybe not 100% vaccination free because you got to be your own vet. You know, you don't want that cow to die on you. So if you got something wrong with it and you got to give it some LA200 or whatever, you do it. But you know, all of them got some chicken. A lot of them got some chickens, and they got, you know, they're growing a garden. And I grow a garden every year. Got the living shit beat out of it this year. I did finally get some tomatoes off. As a matter of fact, I made some refrigerator salsa. The last batch of it, last Wednesday or whatever, out of the last bunch of green tomatoes I picked before it frosted hard, really hard in October. Still tastes better than that. Tomatoes in a grocery store just drive me fucking nuts because I bought some over Christmas. And I thought, you know, the vine ripened ones, and they were about the reddest ones I could get. And I brought them home, and I thought, you know what, instead of just putting them in the refrigerator, I went ahead and put them on the kitchen table and let the sun shine on them. I thought maybe they'd so they were a little bit riper yet, and they've gotten a little bit riper. And they're so I cut one up the other day with a hamburger, and oh god, it's still my green tomatoes that had turned red out of the garden that I had picked still tasted better than that tomato did. It was just, I don't know. It wasn't it wasn't an apple like they normally are. You know, hard and crunchy when you first get a tomato out of the grocery store. It was softer and redder, but it still didn't have any flavor. It was just kind of like, bleh. Yeah, it's kind of a tomato, I think. Anyhow. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that, Plowboy. It is, but it isn't. And it used to be Man, you could get farm fresh eggs for next to fucking nothing. Back there was a day when some people, they had enough eggs. And I grew up around, like I said, lived out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So we had chickens and we had, 3 or 4 hogs. It was a big enough ranch, and everybody got a hog a year or a half a hog or something. And that wasn't that big of a deal because everybody just went out and slopped the hogs like I was talking about the other day. I got to talking about women and their fucking stupid nose rings. But, everybody fed their table scraps to them. And, if you had fruit going bad, if you had an apple tree and that kind of crap, I mean, you fed that stuff to them hogs and it tasted fine. That's what hogs are for. But we had chickens because you lived out in the middle of fucking nowhere. But then again, chicken feed was cheaper back then too, right? It didn't cost what it costs now to go to Baumgars or Tractor Supply or whatever your local farm and ranch type of store is to buy chicken feed. And I don't give a fuck what anybody says. A farm fresh egg still tastes better than what we get at the grocery store. Now, that's the only time I don't do the organic shit at all. Or the anti-GMO shit. Except for when I buy store-bought eggs. I will suck up, because organic, I don't even want to call them organic, but the more expensive chicken eggs do taste a little bit better. But anyway, what I was getting at is, everybody always had a few chickens, and it didn't cost anything to have a few chickens. Help eat the bugs around your yard and grasshoppers and crap like that. Besides what you fed them, because corn didn't cost shit to get a bushel of corn. And to have good chickens for eggs, you need to have some calcium, which back in the day most people just refed their chicken egg shells to them. You used to be able to get chicken egg, farm fresh eggs for next to fucking nothing, and now it almost costs more than getting eggs at the goddamn grocery store because it's a specialty thing now. Yeah, back when some people they go, I got farm fresh eggs, but that was also back when you could buy a dozen eggs at the grocery store for 89 cents or 59 cents, I suppose, and now it's $3, which is, man, that you want to talk about eggs, man, that varied left and right like none other. But anyhow, oh shit, back up. I better check, or I send him on his way, and he don't need to be taking as much as he needs. Harvest completed. Okay, they're completed. So collect. Done cultivating. I'll collect that one too. So I need to change you to where you're going. I need to put that in my grain bin. You go to my grain bin, buddy. And I don't think he's going to take all. So we need to go to my grain bin. So, it went from nobody ever wanted farm fresh eggs. They used to give them away. I know a lot of farmers that, take a dozen. My refrigerator, I got 7 dozen of these some bitches in my refrigerator. You know what I mean? So when you found out, a lot of people used to give them away, or it didn't cost but $1, 50 cents. You give them some money, and that kind of helped them with their feed type thing because you felt bad. And then duck eggs, people damn sure give duck eggs away. Well, my daughter has got this kind of an allergic reaction type thing with eggs that it doesn't bother her to eat them. It just makes her sweat stink. So when she eats a regular chicken egg, there's a chemical way it's makeup in a chicken egg, which if anybody has a really bad, strong body odor and you really like eggs, you eat a lot of eggs, don't eat eggs for a while and see if your body odor it gets better. And with her, if you bake with it and it's within a if she eats a fried chicken egg, oof, it'll give her body odor. But it don't hurt her stomach or anything like that per se. It just gives her body odor. So the doctor when we a year ago when the whole Hashimoto thing was going on and she was on her special diet for all that crap that we've gotten all figured out finally. Told my ex that, well, if you eat duck eggs, it doesn't do that. She won't have the body odor. The chemical makeup of a duck egg is just enough different. But yet when you fry a duck egg and taste it, it tastes just like a chicken. Only biggest difference between a duck egg and a chicken egg is, man, the fucking yolks are huge. And there's some duck eggs, my God, I swear to God, they needed to go to a proctologist after they had them things. Holy crap. There's some duck eggs out there that are pretty freaking big. But anyway, so we found that out, and I got a bunch of duck eggs this last summer from a friend of mine. Found some, and they didn't cost too bad. Well, then my ex told me the other day, she goes, well, I finally found where I can get duck eggs and a steady supply of them all year round. I go, oh, okay, cool. I says, well, I'd been kind of hoarding the last dozen that I had for Tori because it's so, and she really likes French toast. So what I was doing is I'd take one duck egg and one chicken egg and kind of mix so it wasn't all the. So I said, well, I need to give me a dozen of them. She said, okay. So I went to give her some money for them and didn't think anything more. Odds are only going to be, because a lot of times people can't get rid of duck eggs. They were throwing the son of a bitch's away and giving them away for free because nobody wanted them. So you give them a few bucks for some duck food or chicken food, whatever the hell they feed the ducks. So I went to give her some money. I go, well, how much? She goes, well, she's charging $7 a dozen. I go, for fucking duck eggs? I go, Jesus fucking Christ, they're not gold. There's not a golden duck egg. She goes, well, she's running it like a business. And I go, okay. I go, well, here's $3. She goes, that's fine. I'm like going, I ain't giving you fucking $7 for a goddamn dozen. And I mean, I will eventually. I just didn't have the extra. I had $3 cash because I thought, well, shit, most farm fresh eggs you can get for $3 for a dozen around here. Or, I mean, some of them are $5. It just kind of depends. But it's turned into a novelty item now. So when you get people that are selling eggs for when they put the farm fresh in front of it now, it's the whole. That's when and of course the yuppies come out of the woodwork and oh my God, oh, it's so much, and they are better than store-bought eggs, and it's not because they're actually how the eggs are different. The difference is they're fresher. If you look at how long it's taken an egg to come out of ass end of a chicken to when it got put on Walmart's shelf, sometimes it's quite a while. And the other thing about farm fresh eggs is you just wipe them off or you just leave the shit on them. It's actually better for an egg to leave them alone. Don't wash them. They'll go bad a lot faster if you wash them. Because eggshells are porous. Hey, Kobe. Welcome. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream. We've been doing this for near 6 hours here in about 12 minutes. Gotten a couple contracts done and couple. I mean, there's more I'm probably going to do for contracts, but I don't think I'm going to do them tonight. And some of these guys need to get on here. And we got all kinds of harvesting contracts. There's a bunch of them. And sunflowers, soybeans, sunflowers, sugar beets. Nope, not doing that. Sunflowers, soybeans. Most of them are soybeans and sunflowers. There's still some sugar beets, but I ain't doing them sons of bitches. Although I finally there was some new updated versions of my sugar beet harvesters that I need to go through and see if they work. Soybeans. Most of it's soybeans and sunflowers. One field of corn, I think. Because most of the corn we got done last month. Soybeans. Most of them are soybeans. One field of cotton. Well, I already turned a lease in on my cotton harvester, so I ain't gonna worry about that. Sunflowers, soybeans, sunflowers, soybeans. Salt beans. I got my flex heads on. I need to make decisions on what all I'm going to do for. There's a fertilizing one, and then there's a bunch of cultivating ones, and of course these stupid baling ones, which you can make good money on baling. Better than nothing, but you better know what. You better watch me and Morris do it and figure out. We got it figured out to a science how to do the baling contracts. Which I've done enough baling for the year. My swathers and balers, well, swathers are put away for the year. Balers are sitting outside, but they've been winterized. $2 from a chicken to your cart. I don't doubt it. And that's part of the reason why it's more the reason why they don't taste as good. I mean, I get commercial food, and I mean, all of it makes things a little bit different, but wow. But the thing is, you can't go to the grocery store and buy duck eggs. And if they did, they would probably be some fucking specialty thing, and it's like the whole organic eggs, which I do buy organic eggs. Pasture raised organic. What I don't even know why the hell they call them organic. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. Because in some senses, the organic thing drives me nuts. That's another goddamn. And I'm not talking about what the organic and anti-GM. I'm just organic is a marketing ploy like fucking none other. Honestly, because you see this fucking piece of grass over here? If that was real, that's organic. See this flower over here? If that was real, that's organic, right? So it's a play on fucking words. What is truly an organic? See these weeds over here? If these were real in a field, this was a real field and I was out here, every weed out here is organic. Look up the definition of organic. Organic is an organism. So, what the hell is organic? Right? Huh? Now you catching what I'm getting at here, people? It's a marketing ploy. All it fucking really is a marketing ploy. They claim organic is, no commercial pesticides, no commercial da 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 da. That's what they try to claim. But in all reality, the definition of true organic is any organism. So it's a marketing ploy more than anything. But when it comes to like organic vegetables, I go right past all that shit because I will not buy that shit because I'm a farmer. I know where my food comes from for the most part. So anywho, and we just well send you to 152. We just well top some fuel off quick, hadn't we? While we're waiting here, farting around for the last 5 minutes, kind of winding her down. And you are on one fucking field. Is it 150? What fucking field was that? Where are the guys at? Well, 152. Jesus. And of course, it's in default. I need to that's one of the things I need to do before I log off tonight too, is get some of that folder's got to get straightened out. Go to 152, buddy. Well, we don't have a big Chinatown here. We have a China buffet restaurant that I like Chinese food, but except for the dishes that they think they got to put nuts in. And I love cashews, but I'm not into cashew chicken. No thanks. I mean, I can polish off a pound of cashews like none other, but you can keep your cashew chicken. But I do like me some good old teriyaki chicken. That's also because I'm Japanese and like Oriental food and was raised with that kind of stuff. But anyhow, that's beside the point. But yeah, I suppose you're right. They do use more duck. And I've had duck. I don't mind duck as far as roasted duck. Ah, but see, like Plowboy, that's just organic. It's not anti-GMO. They're not always two of the same things. You know, they don't always market them together. You know, one if you go, it's organic, but it isn't always anti-GMO. Now there are stuff that you read labels and anti-GMO on the fucking labels and bullshit. Those are the ones, like I said, piss me off because you turn around and you look at the can, whether it's a can of peaches or canned peas, which yuck, I can't stand canned peas, mushy. Ugh. I like peas, but not canned peas. Um, but that says anti-GMO on it, which means it's supposed to be an anti-GMO pea plant, which means it's supposedly not genetically modified to resist diseases or whatever else it's been. But then you turn around, like I said, you look at the back of the can and all the preservatives and all the other bullshit that's in that can of anti-GMO peas. Are you really healthier for eating that? No. I'm sorry. I still think that a lot of our problems with the eating disorders we have and obesity, and more people have Crohn's disease, and more people are allergic to gluten, and more people are allergic to shit. I like my daughter, and the reason why I'm talking to say this is because when she got diagnosed with Hashimoto's disease, and it's a thyroid problem, and it also is associated with eating and being allergic to certain things. Well, and she had what they called leaky gut, and it was all part of this thing. And what leaky gut is when you eat something and your stomach digests it, and then it goes into your intestines, where starts out with your small intestine, and then goes to your large intestine. And all your intestines are supposed to do is further take the nutrients out of the stuff that we eat that we need, whether it's certain amino acids and certain vitamins and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, we poop out the stuff that's no good to us. And so what happens with leaky gut is your intestine walls get inflamed, and it now lets the bad stuff into your body also, not just the good stuff. And this was all kind of a reaction to something. She'd ate something. So at some point in time, it had an allergic reaction to it, and we didn't know it. So it catastrophically turns into all this other bullshit. Now, the Hashimoto's thing, she still kind of has that because it's a thyroid autoimmune thing. And she probably kind of gets that from her mother because her mom kind of has a autoimmune disorder. Every now and then her body would attack itself and she gets sick, and we'd like, well, what the hell it is? And we take her to the hospital. And one time they told her she had mono, and another time she had something else, some flu thing, when it was. But anyhow. So I went down the whole fucking road of having to really kind of pay attention to what she was eating when she was here. So we went to. And then, of course, her mom kind of went a little overboard on it because we went anti-sugar, and then we went gluten-free, and we went all kinds of shit. And so I found out that in a time of inflation, when you're already paying high prices for regular groceries, try to buy shit that's gluten-free. Holy shit, is that stuff expensive. But so you start looking at more of the labels of this stuff because you're trying to figure all this crap out. Well, that's when I started paying attention a little more to the anti-GMO labeled shit. And you're looking at it and you're going, but the shit, okay, so they made it's canned. whether it's peas, carrots, corn, I don't give a shit what it is, and anti-GMO, and you're looking at the back of that can, but yet you look at one that doesn't say anti-GMO on it with what, and they both got the same shit in it for the preservatives and stuff that we can't pronounce, that you have to be a fifth level fucking rocket scientist in order to figure out what the hell the actual shit is. I'm sorry, but if you can't pronounce it, we shouldn't be eating it, right? Because most likely it really ain't good for us. So, in my opinion, these knotheads that are all anti-GMO that buy this, oh hey look, it's a can of peas, but it's made, I ain't buying Green Giant over here because Cunters over here is using anti-GMO vegetables. But yet they're using the same shit and poison part of it to make it so I can sit on that shelf for 5 years and not do anything. To me, that is what has caused more of our problems health-wise than the GMO and anti-GMO and the organic and the non-organic food. To me, that's where more of our problem is the crap that shouldn't be in our foods, not the food itself. And it's proven that stuff don't need to be there. Because I got canned goods in my pantry downstairs that I got from my grandma before she passed away and after she passed away. We got, we all of us grandkids and dad and aunts or uncles and stuff took a certain amount of whatever they wanted for the stuff that she'd had canned. But I got stuff downstairs that's got 2008 put on the lid that's canned. Nothing wrong with the can. It doesn't, it's still sealed good, and it's a home canned tomato sauce or home canned pickles. And no, when you open the pickles, it's not going to be like opening a Vlasic jar and it crunches, but it still tastes good. It's a little bit more mushy. Or pickled beets. I love pickled beets, by the way. But anyhow, what I'm getting at is when she canned those at home, what did she put in there? Not a fucking thing other than if it's pickles, vinegar, whatever she put in there to make the pickle. And then some things, if you do home canned fruits and stuff like that, peaches and stuff, you put alum in it, and it's not for the flavor. You put alum in it, alum or alum, A-L-U-M. It works awesome. If you ever have a canker sore, buy alum, and you put a little dab of that on a canker sore. The next day it's fucking gone. It'll make you piss down your leg right after you put that little bit of alum on it when you first get the kink, but it'll fucking kill a canker sore like none other. But you put that in there, and it helps keep the fruit a fresher. It keeps it, brighter color longer. That's what it's for. But it's a natural, alum's a natural herb or spice, whatever you want to call it. So, and I got stuff, so, Mark 2008, 2011, it's 13 years old, and there ain't a goddamn thing wrong with it still. So you're going to tell me that stuff that they've made this year, they put in a Green Giant can or a Cunters can or a Surefine can, which I don't know, can we even get Surefine anymore? I don't think it's Surefine anymore. It's Best Foods or some shit thing, I think is what Surefine went to. But, or fucking Great Value shit, which I still, that's a whole nother subject. But do they really need to put all that crap in there? Because most of that food don't need to last 10 years, right? I don't. That's to me, that's where a lot of our medical problems have come from in our food supply. It's not because I eat butter with my toast. It's not because I eat an egg fried in bacon grease every day. It's not because I eat bacon. It's not because I eat red meat. It's because of all the bullshit that goes in that to me before I get it. And I drink whole milk. I don't buy 2%. I don't buy 1%. I drink whole milk. Even though whole milk is still not truly whole milk. And I don't drink milk very much. I I have it all the time because I use it to cook with because I like milk gravy and homemade macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes. You know, yeah, I got to have a little bit of milk, but I still put whipping cream in with my mashed potatoes and real butter. Because, by God, you make mashed potatoes with real butter and add some whipping cream in there. Now you got some good. Or if you have real cream because you live on a farm where you can get get fresh cow's cream, which that's another one of them things I found. It's a specialty thing, and holy shit, they want $12 for a fucking quart of cream, and I'm like, holy shit! I guess I'll keep buying, going to Walmart, and that's the only thing I buy great value is their heavy whipping cream because it's thicker than anybody else's, and I like my cream to be pretty thick. Anyhow, and I have to laugh because I watched the deal on YouTube the other here a couple of days ago. They were talking about the stuff that's going to get crazy priced in the grocery stores this year, and supposedly a lot of milk things. Milk is supposed to go through the roof this year. Cheese is supposed to go through the roof this year. And I'm thinking, fuck, because I love cheese. I can't have a sandwich. I got to have my cheese. And I'm thinking in the back of my mind, it was a couple years ago that they were dumping millions of gallons of fucking milk on the fucking ground. But yet now we have a milk shortage. Stupid motherfuckers. Or I buy a lot of pork because pork's cheap. You can buy, and I like blade steak. Grill a blade steak. You know, season it up, throw it on the grill, and grill it. You know, you can buy a blade steak for $1.59, $1.79 a pound when it's on sale. And to me, it tastes better than a fucking pork chop. But I'll still eat pork chops too if they're on sale, or ground pork, or sausage. You know, if you buy normal sausage, don't have to be some fancy shit. But supposedly pork prices are going to be going through the roof because of African swine flu. Okay, I get it. But that's just like last year when we had the whole bird thing and the cost of eggs went through the roof and chicken went through the roof because of the whole the swine or not the bird disease or whatever. They were making certain farmers destroy a whole fucking flock because one bird might have been in contact or close to that flock. One bird. So we destroyed millions of fucking birds. How fucking dumb is that? There again, that's when the government getting involved and you're getting stupid shit. You know, it's like I'm saying, and I get it. Milk from 3 years ago during COVID or whatever. You know, I get the whole. You know, you're not going to still have milk left over from 3 years ago, but I just, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh, so milk prices are supposed to go through the roof this year, but yet one too long ago, they were dumping millions of gallons of this shit on the ground. Well, I'm sure. I don't think, you know, you get into the bird flu and you get into African swine disease, all these fucking diseases aren't going to go away. Not right away. You know, look what, you know, thinking of cow disease in early 1900s. Shit. Before they figured out it was passed around by lice, and before they figured out how to dip cows and it killed the lice, and then the cow was fine. Um, well, they're sure fucking freaking out about it. Yeah, okay, they called it Texas tick fever, but there's mm, another name for it than just that, Jason. What the hell was the actual name for it? Anywho, but what I'm getting at is certain things have got to go through the process of figuring out. You know, it's not just you can't just get rid of it overnight. Well, foot and mouth, yeah, we still have foot and mouth disease though. 100 years later, Babies get foot and mouth disease. You know, and don't even get me started on COVID. COVID's been around forever. If you don't believe me, if you got a bottle of LA200 in your in your refrigerator for your cows, I think it's LA200, or is it ivermectin? Maybe it's ivermectin. Either way, LA200 ivermectin. Look on the fucking label, and it'll tell you it's rated for COVID-19. So anyway, so there's my rant for the day. I guess you want to call it a rant, but I just, and some of it I've experienced. It's not just a rant. It's because of having, and my daughter's fine now. We're back to eating. She doesn't have to have gluten free. We did a big allergic test to see what she was allergic to, and she wasn't allergic to any foods. She wasn't allergic, her mom even wanted to do the lactose free shit and wanted me to use soy milk. And I looked at her and I says, "That's the last fucking thing I'll be ever in my refrigerator." "What do you mean?" I go, "Because I'm not lactose intolerant. I can fucking have milk. I can have cheese, and your daughter can too. She eats frickin' ice cream like none other. She's a true Neal. She loves ice cream. She likes cheeses. She likes milk." I says, I never once seen her double over in pain and get the shits because she had a glass of milk with some Oreo cookies, or she had milk with her cereal, or she had a cheeseburger, or she had a bowl and a half of ice cream. Because when you're allergic to milk, you fucking know when you're lactose intolerant. And I says, and if that's the case, I'll still buy her real milk that's lactose free. I will not buy her fucking almond milk or stupid soy milk or coconut milk bullshit. They put fucking milk on there and there ain't no god. I'm sorry. What's the definition of milk? A product made from a lactating mammal. Since when did fucking almonds lactate? They don't. There's no tits on an almond or soybeans. Well, if you want to drink that nasty shit, and I've had that shit. No, I don't care if it's vanilla flavored. Ugh. And she used to buy that stuff when we was married once in a while, and every now and then she'd make fucking scrambled eggs with it and try to get it past me. And every time she put it in the scrambled eggs, I could taste that shit right now. Don't be making that fucking shit. Oh, God. So anyway, I don't know. How the fuck people can drink that shit? Ugh. Yeah. And I'll bet by the end of the day, their fucking their fingers and their thumbs are sore as hell after pinching them dinky ass tits on them fucking almonds when they're doing the squish, 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 squish. Holy crap. All them almonds they get, and they get a half a cup a day. Anyway, just, there's a common sense. I mean, Jesus Christ, people. And I'm not saying that there aren't certain people out there that aren't allergic to shit, so they have to have some of this stuff. But don't cram it down my throat as a fucking hole. Don't try to spawn it off to me that it's milk, because it's not milk. There again, it's a ploy on words. It's easier to pass it off as milk because it's white. And there are plenty of people that drink that crap that don't have to drink that crap. There's plenty of people that aren't lactose intolerant. And there are people that are. I know plenty, I got friends that are. And it pisses them off because, I have a good friend, he just passed away here not too long, a couple months ago. And it wasn't because of being lactose intolerant, but he was lactose intolerant. But I never knew he was until one day we were sitting there eating something. And he's, "Oh, I probably shouldn't eat this." He goes, "Well, why?" I go, "Why? I've seen you eat it before." He goes, "Yeah, and then I go home and pay for it." I go, "What do you mean?" And it was cheese. He's one of them guys that love cheese like I do. And we were eating. We always did a get together and had played D&D on Sunday nights, and we always all took turns what we'd bring and make for supper that night. While we were playing, and he'd bring every now and then. They're called chicken cordon bleu balls, and they're these little round balls that have Swiss cheese and ham in the middle of them, and goddamn, they're good. And of course they had Swiss cheese in the bottom, and he was so. And I didn't know he's lactose intolerant because I'd seen him eat ice cream and I'd seen him eat cheese stuff like he's always. I pay for it. He says I fucking can't stand and not eat it because I love it, but I'll pay for it. But and then you got people that they can't. I mean, it's bad enough that they'll damn near put them in the hospital. But and then you got some people that are just slightly allergic to it. But I have nothing against those kind of people. I understand you need to have an alternative, but that's kind of like the whole electric cars as a band-aid to fix all of our problems, right? It's just whatever. And I get there are people that can't have red meat. I get it. They physically they are allergic or they can't have red meat. Their body won't process it. But as a normal person, most of us don't have those issues. I think most of us have issues more brought on by crap that's put in our food, not the food itself. I'll leave it at that again, and that's just what it is. But thankfully, my daughter she's not allergic to any of that stuff, so we went back to eating regular grains. And I know for a fact that we're not supposed to eat as much grains and stuff as we do. We're supposed to eat more. We are not herbivores. We are more carnivorous. We're supposed to eat meats and we're supposed to eat vegetables, not and fruit, not grains per se. So the whole gluten-free thing's a bigger deal because of that. But it's also a way to feed a hunger. Yeah. Later, Kobe. Glad you dropped in, buddy. Yeah, right. Yeah, I get all my fruits and vegetables because I eat it after the cow ate it. When it comes to lettuce, I mean, I like I like lettuce and I like cabbage. I like fruits and vegetables, but by God, you'll never see me turn down a nice thick ribeye steak and a nice thick juicy hamburger and or cheeseburger. Anyhow, I brought this over here because I was gonna do some fuel these bad boys up again, huh? Yeah, they're all right. They're about. Maybe I'll do it later. And this, he shouldn't. Yeah, it weighs about 3/4 of a tank of fuel. Anyhow, I suppose with that said, we were going on quarter after 8, 6.5 quarter hours. Yeah, get off of here, go see what if anybody else is streaming, go bug them a little bit. So, thanks for dropping in, Jason, and everybody else that's been in here the last little bit, and everybody else that's dropped in today at the stream, and anybody that's new, drop a subscription and a like if you would, please. Um, we just we like to have fun here, bullshit about stupid shit, and opinionated ourselves about how the government's stupid. But anyhow, yeah. Thanks everybody for being here. And with that, I suppose I'm not going to give too many shout outs today. I don't need to, I don't think. But thanks everybody. We'll put it one general one, and we'll thank everybody that's helped me with my channel and support me, and any new members, and all my people that come watch me, and subscribers. Thank you. I appreciate it. And we'll we will catch everybody on the flip side. And remember, most important thing of all, keep the rubber side down. Later.